Our regular programming is being preempted so that we may bring you the following special presentation.
It's like loading.
Oh.
Oh, Hershey, have you joined it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does they say I didn't? Somebody say I didn't.
I mean, it's loading. Loading. Or something, I don't know.
I'm hearing myself running.
Don't move.
It's October 10th.
I walked back to the house. My daughter said,
In September.
I am in here. It's right here.
I'm in 2037.
Leave that one. Leave that. Leave the future behind.
Dr. Gray?
You be there by yourself. I will not be there.
Okay, I didn't put that.
Well, 2037.
I did sign into
2037.
in that
June
school board.
30th.
Oh, I was gonna say.
2037.
I hope to still be living, but yes, but not school board.
I should still be alive then.
Yes, still be alive, but not in civic.
That's foreshadowing.
I'll be back.
Marty McFly.
It can run again.
The school board of the Duval County School District is now convened in its regular monthly meeting. To everyone present and to our television viewers, I wish to extend a warm welcome to this meeting of the Duval County School Board. The vision statement of the Duval County School Board states, every student is inspired and prepared for success in college or career and life. The mission statement of the Duval County School Board is to provide educational excellence in every school, in every classroom, for every student, every day. The Duval County School Board is here tonight to listen to reports from district staff and to set policy for the district that will improve student achievement. We will also address budget, contracts, personnel appointments, and other business items that require a vote of the board. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of the superintendent. It is not the role of the board to make managerial or operational decisions. The board has policies and procedures in place to assist the superintendent in resolving management and operational issues. If items appear to move quickly, it is because the board meets an agenda committee meeting prior to the board meeting for an in-depth review of all agenda items. The agenda committee meeting for the November 1st, 2022 school board meeting will be held on October 18th, 2022 at 9 a.m. and the public is invited to attend. As a show of courtesy and respect to each other, we ask that all mobile phones be turned off and that no flash photography be used during the meeting. For those wishing to address the board during our public comments portion of the board meeting, please note that we will accept speaker cards until 6:20 p.m. According to the CDC's website, Duval County's COVID-19 community level is currently designated as low. The CDC currently recommends indoor mask wearing for people with symptoms, a positive test, or exposure to someone with COVID-19. We want to thank you for taking the time to join us this evening and for your interest in the operation of the Duval County School District. Now I would like to invite board members and others to stand for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now, at this time, we will have our school presentation from our very own District 4, Andrew Jackson High School. And I'll call on Andrew Jackson to come on up. Give them a hand as they come forward. Look at Andrew Jackson. Principal Moreland is done with the Royal Court has joined us today.
Sharp.
It's always easier when you come with a Royal Court at your back.
Is it okay and appropriate if I allow them to introduce themselves?
Sure.
Greetings, Dr. Greed and honorable board members. Thank you for your time.
Greetings, Dr. Green and honorable board members. My name is Sidney J. Mumford III, the Mr. Andrew Jackson High School for the 2022-2023 academic school year.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Quentin Woods Jr. I am Mr. Andrew Jackson, second runner-up. Also, I am senior class president. Nice to meet everybody. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Greetings. My name is Jakaya Eliza Lamb. I am your Miss Andrew Jackson second runner-up and your Miss Andrew Jackson High School sweetheart. Thank you for having us.
I believe there was a video. Perfect. I'm going to narrate or kind of talk through the video if you all don't mind. I did prepare a couple of words to share. So Andrew Jackson High School has a rich and deep history. What was once Duval High School split in 1927 into two schools, the former Robert E. Lee and Andrew Jackson. From prominent political figures to professional athletes, businesswomen and businessmen, leaders throughout our community, state, and nation, graduates of Andrew Jackson laid a foundation and paved the way for the Tigers of today. There's something to be said about being the oldest high school still standing. If you've ever spent time inside the walls of Andrew Jackson, if you've ever walked the halls, then you understand there's something special about our school. And there's something special about all the students that have attended it and all those that have worked there. Nowadays, we have a saying at Andrew Jackson, once a Tiger, always a Tiger. We have principles that we instill in our students. The Tiger mentality. Tigers will exhibit togetherness, integrity, and greatness. Thank you. The word together comes and means one accord and to unite. It came from the Latin word unitus, which in turn has its roots in unus, which means one. It only takes one person to do the right thing and lead others in the right way. The word integrity evolved from the Latin adjective integer, meaning whole or complete. It is defined as an undivided or unbroken completeness. When used to describe a person, it refers to the concept of living by one's values and principles. School experiences shape students' academic and career outlooks. It is important for students to feel safe when they come to school. It's important for students to feel like they belong when they come to school. It is important for them to feel loved and cared for and supported when they come to school. It's important for students to be encouraged and challenged when they come to school and to be supported to strive to be the best version of themselves as they set their goals and accomplish them. This is what Andrew Jackson is today, a school where students are challenged to be great. At Andrew Jackson, we have 4 distinct academies that help prepare and propel students in a variety of career paths. Our Air Force JROTC with a focus on discipline and leadership, sports medicine with exposure in a variety of medical fields, and offering 2 industry certifications that lead to employment. Cyber and gaming, basically our technology classes. Students learn the basics of hardware, software, ethical hacking, and coding. Our vision is for our students to graduate with a plan that they can put into practice, for students to receive internships, on-the-job training experiences, and exposure in a variety of professional areas while in school, thus empowering them to make informed decisions as they transition into adulthood. The data speaks for itself. With a 99% graduation rate in the midst of COVID, with a 93% graduation rate bouncing back from COVID, our resolve is for Jackson to be a high school that is connected to businesses that will be able to hire and train our students. Again, the data speaks. We have made over a dozen new partnerships over the last 2 years. Partnerships that provide job shadowing, reverse job shadowing, internships, paid internships, and real jobs for our graduates. Henry Drummond said that unless a man undertakes more than he can possibly do, he will never do all he can. At Andrew Jackson, we're undertaking the responsibility of more than educating, but for preparing our students for their future. Just to name some of our current partners: Brooks College of Nursing, UNF, Baptist Health, Florida State University, Dapster Entertainment, Full Sail University, CSI, Teen Trendsetters, Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, Florida Blue, one of our oldest partnerships, 5,000 Role Models, Ascension, St. Vincent, Teen Leaders of America, Communities in Schools, Kaiser University, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of America, STEM 2 Hub, Jacksonville Sports Medicine, Save Our Sons, and to mention one of our newest partnerships, which is CSI. They have redesigned our media center, turned it into a tech learning space where professionals will train our students monthly on different activities in the field. Hopefully, these images give you a glimpse into some of the exciting things taking place at Andrew Jackson on our campus. And thank you for your time.
All right, if you all can wait right there for me, This is always my favorite part of our board meetings, is getting to hear from principals and see the great videos. Because oftentimes what happens is folks don't realize what's happening. They may drive by a school but don't realize what's happening within the four walls of that school. And I really appreciate that video, because you really captured a lot of the variety and the dynamic nature of what goes on in your school. And you are the right leader for the right time. I'll tell you that. Like, I really have appreciated you and your leadership. And what you've been able to do for our students, lift them up. And I can remember, I'll say this, I remember coming to commitment day, and you were like, it's commitment day. And oftentimes we do this at the end of the year, this was last year, about students going off to college. But you were like, no, it's commitment to yourself and commitment to what you want to be. So it was folks who were going off to military, it was folks who were even going to a job, and you said, you're going to commit. And all of them were celebrated that day. And it was such a powerful moment to see the families and students and everybody doing that. So I just appreciate you. I appreciate these students for showing up today. And I've seen you all in action too, and I appreciate you all's leadership. So there's great things happening on Main Street, and I appreciate your leadership. And can we have a huge round of applause for this principal and amazing student? Now, we will go ahead and move on. No, it's going to be hard to move on from that, everybody. But we're going to move on to the communications. Ms. Vicki Gutierrez will begin our presentations. Oh, it's Tracy Pierce who's going to be here. Dr. Pierce was here to read our presentation for this evening. Dr. Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. As I prepare, I would like to first invite Ms. Vierle and Ms. Hendel to the front and ask our Master Academy school representatives to begin organizing behind me. In the 2021-22 school year, Duval County Public Schools had 52 career and technical education academies. Tonight, we're proud to recognize 6 academies that have gone above and beyond to reach Master Academy status. The teachers, administrators we will celebrate tonight have all worked tirelessly to ensure that our students have the best CTE experience possible. Each of these academies has had a significant impact on the students, schools, and communities they serve. We recognize them today because they have all met 10 rigorous standards with excellence. This is all documented with both internal and external review, including industry partner site visits. The 10 standards include requirements such as the use of integrated academic and career lessons throughout the program, strong academy teacher professional development practices, and an active and highly engaged program advisory council, including industry and post-secondary representatives. Joining us tonight is Julie Hendel, Senior Director of Talent Development for JAX USA Partnership, a division of JAX Chamber. JAX USA partners with the district to provide feedback for our teachers and school leaders. They have certified that each academy is providing industry-relevant experiences for our students to ensure they are ready for the future in the workforce. Julie also joins our own Jill Fierle, Director of Career and Technical Education, to present the academies with their congratulatory banners. The first academy we are recognizing tonight is the A. Philip Randolph Cosmetology Academy with Principal Ms. Mary Flynn and teachers Toya Murray and Regina Thaxton. The next academy we recognize is the Frank H. Peterson Communications Academy with Principal Jessica Mastromato. Teacher Larry Rudd, Ms. Leah Crawford, and Mr. Ken Martin. Frank H. Peterson's going to stick around on the stage for a little while tonight. Next, we recognize the Cosmetology Academy with teachers Adina McCall and Tony Rowell. Staying still with Frank H. Peterson, we recognize the Culinary Academy. This is a group of chefs that's very familiar to the board. You have enjoyed their presentations over the years. Welcome back, Chef Susan Daugherty, Chef Brendan Murphy, and Chef Ray Ocasio. And still one more with Frank H. Peterson. We recognize now the Early Childhood Education Academy with teacher Miss Geraldine Thompson. And finally, we recognize Mandarin High School Medical Studies Academy, Principal Sarah Bravo, teachers Renata Dewberry and Angela Collins. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Bakley and her team to the front. Team Duval is committed to ensure transparency to the community, and our next recognition highlights a team who does that. For the 21st year in a row, let me repeat that, For the 21st year in a row, Duval County Public Schools has been awarded the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Association of School Business Officials International for demonstrating transparent and high-quality financial reporting. The Certificate of Excellence is considered the gold standard in annual financial reporting. Award winners must meet more than 40 fiscal standards to earn the Certificate of Excellence, and Duval County Public Schools Financial Services team has done it again. They had their documents evaluated by a team of financial professionals who reviewed detailed statements reflecting the district's summary of revenues, expenses, changes in fund balances, ratios of debt, statements of cash flow, all to determine if the award criteria were met. Michelle Bagley, our Chief Financial Officer, said that although participation in the review process is voluntary, submitting our report for outside review shows the community at large that we are committed to providing financial transparency and to being good stewards of the tax dollars they have entrusted to us. Please join us in congratulating our favorite CFO, Michelle Bagley, and the financial services team for their hard work and dedication to ensure financial transparency for our community. Thank you, and this concludes our presentations for the evening.
Thank you. Can we get one more round of applause for all of our award winners? Excellent. Now we'll move on to approval of the October 10th, 2022 agenda. That the Duval County School Board approved the October 10th, 2022 agenda as submitted on October 3rd, 2022 with the following changes. Approval of minutes, item amended. Board members, resolution of the school board regarding the 20th statewide grand jury, item added. Academic services, 2022-2023, ELEO registration and programming software for extended day and after-school programs, attachment added. Chief of Staff, external web content management system and hosting services, mass communication and mobile app, RFP number 15-22, TW, attachment added. Board member travel, item amended. Superintendent's travel, item amended. I'll go ahead and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Anderson, second by Board Member Jones. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, I'll call for your vote. By your action, you have approved this agenda item 7-0. Thank you so much. Now we'll move on to the chairman's report, followed by the superintendent's report. I have some slides. Look at that, right on time. Today I want to just talk briefly about a strategic imperative, which is workforce development. I won't be before you too long, but I have a few slides that I want to share about some of the updates and progress that this board has actually come together and put out. So we have a number of different customers, if you could call them that, within education. Students are definitely at the center of everything that we do. Student achievement is at the center of everything that we do. But we also realize that we interact and interface with so many other types of folks as well. And another one of those customers is our local employers. Our students feed the talent and workforce market here in Jacksonville. And we have acknowledged that in a very meaningful way as a board. And I'm excited about it. In fact, workforce development is a strategic imperative. So we met with the chamber a number of months back, and one of the things that came out of that meeting was this notion that talent is the new currency in economic development. I'll say that again, talent is the new currency. So it's important that talent is critical because it attracts high wage and high skilled jobs into our community. And we have a part to play in that. Our education system has a part to play in that, and Duval County Public Schools specifically has a part to play in that. And we know that we are a ground jewel and the crown of the chamber when it comes to bringing employers to our area. Without the proper workforce, without high quality training that we do, this would not be possible. I want to recognize that Duval County is that crown jewel that we speak of. And it's not just the quantity of folks that we graduate, it's also the quality. And this board and the leadership of Dr. Green, we've made that even better. So our goal, when we looked at our strategic plan 26, we wanted to improve the post-secondary readiness of graduates by increasing the percent of students earning soft skill credentials from baseline in August 2023 through August of 2026. And I want to give a lot of credit to the board who's sitting up here and Dr. Green for us really diving into that and making this one of our strategic priorities. It's a statement, and it's going to be action that's going to set this school district apart from everyone, not only in our region, but across the state and probably across the nation. And here's why. The number one question that employers ask as they're moving to a new region is, where's the talent? Do you have the talent that can fuel my workforce to make sure that my company can be successful? Do you have the quality? Do you have the quantity of talent in your community? So this board, we went out and asked employers, what are they looking for? So these are the 4 pillars that you see here, and this is what they said. They want to make sure that their workforce is professional. They want to make sure that they can communicate well. They want to make sure they can work effectively in teams, and they can also be problem solvers. These were important. I'll repeat those again. Professional, be able to communicate, be great team players, and be able to problem solve. These are skills for the current job market and the emerging job market, and these are going to be embedded. So here's what we have. Our new Duval Ready program. Some of you may have heard about it already. Now you're hearing about it again. It's going to begin in our middle schools with career exploration, using junior achievement to inspire some of those career exploration curriculum. And then it goes on to the high schools. Students will complete four Florida Ready to Work soft skill modules in those areas of professionalism, communication, teamwork, and problem solving. And then they will have an opportunity to test and earn those credentials and add it to their resumes. And finally, in 12th grade, students will complete a capstone experience, which could be an internship, some real-life employer engagement to demonstrate those mastery of those skills that they've gained. Students who complete that will earn a Duval Ready Diploma Seal, as you see up here on the screen, a recognition indicating that they are fully ready for the workforce. It's a designation that will serve students on every pathway, whether they're going to college, post-secondary career, training program, workforce, or even the military. Because being ready for work is being ready for everything. So as we mentioned before, talent is the new currency. It's obvious what this means for our students. This is a critical piece to help launch their careers. But let's not miss what this means for everybody else as well. This is a knowledge-based economy that we're in right now, and intellectual capability and skills are vital. Talent, as mentioned before, is the new currency. And in this economy, Duval County is going to be that entity that helps to create exactly what we want. The leadership of this board and the innovation from Dr. Green and her team are making Jacksonville the talent-rich community that we want it to be. And this will produce such a huge return on investment for our students, our families, employers, and our taxpayers. So I just want to recognize just the moment that we're in. I'm looking across at this board, and I remember sitting down here and doing all these. We were whiteboarding and doing all these processes with someone to come up with our strategic plan. We all came to this notion that academic skills are so important, but also some of these soft skills. How do we combine those two? And here's what we have. Students will soon graduate and could have a seal. And what does that mean for an employer? It's going to be a great moment. So I just want to recognize the work of this board, but also the work of the staff that's put this together. Can we give them a round of applause for putting this together? As we finish our baseline, we'll be great. And if you can put this slide up one more time. As I transition from that, we also, you may notice that there's a number of folks wearing pink and other things in this room. We wanted to take a pause out in October. We've done this for the last 4 years or so, and just recognize recognize the strength that lies in why we're here. This is personal to me. With my mom, I know some people on this dais and some people in this audience are survivors, heroes, soldiers, fighters, and we lace up for them. Not only are we wearing pink, but some of us either are wearing pink or even tennis shoes, because I always say I want to lace up for the fight, and we lace up with the folks who are experiencing it. So if you are a survivor, if you are somebody who knows a survivor, if you are somebody that's lost someone to this fight, I just want to just say we're with you. We're here in solidarity, and we're going to kick cancer. That's why we're wearing our shoes today. So can we give it up for kicking cancer today? One thing of note, I have two more slides, and one is, if you did not get a chance, we have a brand new artificial turf field. Remember, Joyce, I know you're excited.
Yes.
At Riverside High School. This is a picture from this Friday. There was a ceremony sort of recognizing it. It is a beautiful thing to see. Like, I almost got down and rolled around in it, but I wanted to. But my daughters were there, if you could see them, and one of them was walking with Dr. Green and said, "Dr. Green, this is fake grass." And I'm like, yes, it is.
Pretend grass.
Pretend. She said pretend grass. She said, this is pretend grass. I was like, yes. But it's not pretend that this is going to be happening not just at Riverside, but all across our city. And this is just one of the many things that are going on that a lot of people don't maybe know about. But we have so many types of things going on in our schools with sports, and there's all types of sports, like never before. There's sports that you've never even heard of probably before that our students are playing. And our fields are consuming all of that. So our turf fields are going to be, number one, an amazing improvement, but also it's going to be fiscally responsible and economically important for us to be able to do that as well. So thank you to the folks who went through that. I know Mr. Soares in your office and the other folks who did a lot of due diligence and work to make that happen. This is one step of many that we'll have to have our academics and athletics come up to that point. So can we clap it up for our first artificial turf field? And last, before I get out of the way, we did have the Northwest Classic, which is Reigns and Reebok Classic that happened this weekend. And Mr. Jones and I have a friendly sort of, the schools are less than a mile apart. This is us walking in the parade before the game. After the game, I was very sad after the game. And if you can see, very small, I put the score of the game on purpose. very small. Don't worry about the score. But I just wanted to say it's a fantastic event that's been going on for over 50 years in the community, and it was always great to be a part of it. The community comes out, families come out, students are so excited to be participating in it. The alumni come out of everywhere and come back from a lot of places to embark on it. And I just wanted to recognize that event and recognize that I will have to wear a Reigns shirt at our next board meeting because of that. I know. But it's going to be all right. So congratulations to the Reigns Vikings. I have to say that. Congratulations to the Reigns Vikings. They did come out victorious this weekend. But all of our students are winners, I'll say that. So thank you for that. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Green for her superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chairman Willie. I need to give a shout out to Mr. Corey Wright. It is his team that has worked really hard to put Duval Ready together, providing sort of the soft skills curriculum and students being able to exhibit those soft skills by their senior year through a capstone project. So, Mr. Wright, shout out needs to go to you and your team. Thank you. Rarely do we talk about certain times of the year about awareness. Today, for the first time, I'm going to talk about Disability History and Awareness Month. The Department of Education designated October as the Disability History and Awareness Month, and I believe it's the first time we actually have acknowledged disability history. And through our research, we found that October probably was chosen because there are many other disabilities that is also an awareness month. So disability employment, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder awareness month, Down syndrome awareness month, dyslexia awareness month, invisible disabilities awareness month, spina bifida awareness month. And so all of these things under the umbrella of disability, we really need to bring awareness because we have students representing every single one of those categories. When we talk about our ESE programs, or student with disabilities, Duval County, we have 19,508 students with disabilities, which make up about 15.9% of our student population. That is based on the 21-22 Survey 2. We are in the process of going through Survey 2 now. I would make a guesstimation that that number is probably higher. So that's based on last year. Duval County has been serving students with disabilities. Now, you see from 96 to 105 years, and you're going to understand why I have this span between 96 to 105 years. When we started our ESE programs, they were very different. And in the slide, I'm going to talk about a brief history of student with disabilities. We are very proud to note that 83% of our ESE students are served in general education classrooms. We would use inclusion. So 83% of our students are in inclusion classrooms receiving general education. The exceptional education program in Duval, we serve students from age 3 to age 22. Students who meet the criteria can enter into our system at the tender age of 3, and many times we utilize the services of fiddlers called Child Find. It is their job to go out and actually look for students who may meet that criteria so that parents know you do have an option to come to the school district for services. As well as there is criteria for students, we call it aging out. Even though these students that are 20, could be age 22, they could have already received a diploma, but they are allowed to stay based on meeting certain criteria in the school district and receive educational services. So, children with mental and physical handicaps exempt from compulsory attendance law. This is in 1950. Students that had physical and mental disabilities were actually exempt from attending school. But here is something I bet most people in the state of Florida do not know, that based on DOE's paperwork, in 1926, the first special ed class in Florida opened up in Jacksonville. However, you see the little asterisk, we've researched and school board minutes indicate that there was a special education class in 1917 here in Duval. So that's where you get we're either 96 years or 105. Depends on whose information you're going by. But Dr. Krisner did that research and found the exact minutes that said they hired a special education teacher making $75 a month for the special ed class. In 1941, school districts were permitted to serve physically handicapped children. So we did not serve physically handicapped children until 1941. In 1975, that is the Education for All Handicapped Children Act, 94-142. Those of us who've been in education for a while, that was part of every law class when you were taught when was special education required and enacted federally for all school districts to have education programs. And then in 1982, this is very important, revised definitions, retarded to handicap. When you look at the minutes, they hired a special education teacher for the retarded children. In 1982, that was changed to handicap, or crippled to physically handicapped. So if you're interested, you can go to the Department of Education website. They have the history a student with disabilities for the entire state of Florida. It's quite lengthy, at least 5 pages, but didn't want to take this little piece out of history because Duval, I did not know this, had the first special education class in the state of Florida. When we look, this is not moving. When we look at our exceptionality enrollment, our largest enrollment is of 28% is specific learning disabilities. Currently, we have 5,734 students with that exceptionality. Right behind it is other health impaired. Students may have health issues related to something that is not academic, but can have that exceptionality that we would provide services. So a student could have traumatic brain injury. That could be an other health impaired, or they need physical therapy or occupational therapy. Next is language impaired, 12.3%, 2,521 students. Autism spectrum disorders, 10.8%, 2,209. Speech impaired, 11.7. There is a difference between speech impaired and language impaired. So they're not the same. Speech is mostly related to auditory. Language is mostly related to auditory and written. So there is a difference. Intellectual disabilities, 9%. Developmentally delayed, 4.7%. Developmental delayed is mostly related to students that are under the age of 5 that have not been formally diagnosed with a disability. So most students in our pre-K classrooms, many of them are considered developmentally delayed. And last, emotional behavior disabilities, 3.6%, or 738 students. So this kind of rounds out our over 19,000 students that were receiving ESE services. As stated, we start services at the age of 3. We have 4 different types of VPK. We have the district voluntary VPK and Head Start. Head Start is an outside agency that utilizes our school campuses for ESE services. Blended VPK, that's an inclusion classroom where students who are non-disabled students with disabled students. We also have VPK that is specifically for varying exceptionalities. Many of our developmentally delayed students are in these classes, or we may have other self-contained PK programs, especially for the medically fragile children. Those units are specifically for children that have medical issues so that we can ensure that we have nursing services or medical services supporting those students. We offer services in a variety of settings. As I stated earlier, 83% of our students are generally served in a gen ed classroom. But we do have self-contained settings, especially for students, again, medically fragile students, our CSS students, intellectually disabled students. These are students who may have an IQ that meets a really low IQ criteria, and so they may be in a self-contained classroom, or students who have emotional behavior disorders, they may be in a self-contained classrooms. Our goal with our self-contained classrooms is to not have a class size higher than 9 students with a teacher and a paraprofessional. We also offer home and hospital settings. We have students that are too fragile to be in school, so we bring those services to their home or in the hospital. We also have community settings where students are receiving their services out in the community. We have a number of students who are over the age from 20 to 22 who may be receiving their services in the community, as well as juvenile justice programs. Students that are in the juvenile justice system, they are allowed, if they have an active IEP, we are required to provide services up to the age of 22. One of the things we started this school year was bringing in a vendor called Chance Light. Chance Light works with students that are emotionally behavior disordered. We are so proud that we started our first class, and we have already heard from parents who feel like this is the first time their child really likes school. I didn't attend, one of our staff attended a SAC meeting, and a parent who had never been to the school, she also indicates she's never been at any of her child's schools, came to the SAC meeting to talk about how Chance Light has turned her child around, and now her child loves to come to school. This program started this year. We are looking forward to some tremendous progress. If you get an opportunity, please visit Chance Light. Some of the things, they were fully hired on day one. That was one of the big reasons why we chose implementing this program with Chance Light, because they assured us that they would be fully hired. They also offer mental health support and behavior management support for those students. So far, we have actually not had a single issue at the Pride unit at YMWLA. And now that I said that, tomorrow will be a new day. Yeah, I should have just been quiet. Here's a program that a lot of people don't know about, but it is a crown jewel for Duval County Public Schools. It's our transition programs, helping our ESC students, specifically students that may be intellectually disabled, students that may also have medical tied to their disability, transition into the workforce. We have two programs, Project Search with UNF, Alden Road participates with UNF, and Palm Avenue participates with UF Health, where these students are literally doing apprenticeships, paid apprenticeships, and teaching them how to be an employee and the things that they need to do to be self-sufficient when they leave DCPS. We also have school-based enterprises. Ed White has their cafe that is run by all of their ESE students. Ms. Batiste has put together also a paraprofessional. Many of the students that are in some of her programs actually come back, pass the parapro test, and are working at Ed White. Frank H. Peterson, we offer a myriad of academies. You saw some of the master academies that we offer for our ESE students. Again, helping them transition to either post-secondary or directly into the world of work. We also have a very powerful collaboration with FSCJ. They have access to welding, childcare, cosmetology, HVACs, automotive, culinary, office management, CAD program, graphic design, web design, and computer. The students can be dual enrolled, still with us, with DCPS, and also participating in these programs at FSCJ. And so before I close, I'm going to show a short video to highlight our students in Project Search.
I would describe Project Search as a program that helps students with disabilities become qualified and work ready for the real world environment. They're learning with their job skills, they're working with a coach, they're working with a supervisor, they're in the actual department with other people that work there, and they're just learning so many skills and learning so many resources. When they first come to the program, they're usually a little edgy, they're not sure what this is going to be like. By the time they get to the end of the program, they're blooming like a flower, they're energetic, they're ready to go out and work?
I have definitely learned the importance of a job and how to react into it and how to be more responsible. Patience helped me learn patience, which was a big one. They have helped make it easier for me to get a job.
Students that are leaving Project Search, they're being employed at Best Bet, Winn-Dixie, Olive Garden, Lowe's, Subway, Chick-fil-A, at UNF, at the Osprey Cafe. All students can learn. They definitely need their accommodations and modifications to be able to be successful in their job. And they need to know that, hey, if I have a disability, I need to know what I can do to make that task successful.
I want to thank the teachers and students that helped me get to where I am. And I'm grateful for everything like you guys helped me with.
That is the end of my report.
Dr. Green, thank you for that report. The history, Duval County out front, and there's still the amazing services that we offer. I mean, I think about the Aldens, the Mount Hermans, the Palm Avenues, and all the other programs you mentioned, Ed White and others that I've gotten a chance to experience. These students wouldn't have anywhere else to go. And I think that that's one thing that we have to understand, that the education system is not just something that we're sending to school to learn. These students are with us from 3 to could be all the way till they're 22. That is a long time, and it's something that I'm proud to say that we have that, and that we're doing amazing work with that. So thank you for that and highlighting that this month, and I think it's really important for us to understand that. So thank you, Dr. Green.
You're welcome.
We'll now move on to our Sales Surtax Oversight Committee. I know Mr. Rogers, is he out there? I thought I saw him earlier. There he is. Look at that grand entrance. So we have the chair of our Sales Surtax Oversight Committee is going to come up and give us an update. So can we give Mr. Rogers a round of applause as he comes forward? Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Green, Chairman Willie, Vice Chairwoman, Dr. Coker Daniels, and the honorable board members. It is good to be back before you. Seems like it's been a while. Thank you for the opportunity to report on the work of the Sales Surtax Committee. Since my last report at your regularly scheduled board meeting in April, the committee has met 3 times, April, June, and last month in September. At all of our meetings, committee members continue to work closely with the district staff. During each meeting, district staff provides project status updates, departmental updates, and review the MFP finances to include the amount of revenue generated and received by the sales surtax. We are pleased that $172 million have been generated, $149 million to the school district and $23 million to the charter schools. At our April meeting, we were provided an overview of the newly developed charter school dashboard. This dashboard self-reports financial data from charter schools and is available for the public to review on the Halfpenny Sales Tax website under the Charter School Dashboard button. The dashboard provides users with the ability to review line items for projects and expenditures. I highly encourage all stakeholders to review the information. Please be mindful that the information in this report is unaudited and provided from the various charter schools. Data accuracy is solely the responsibility of each charter school. Therefore, questions or concerns about the data should be directed to the appropriate charter schools. At the June meeting, the committee welcomed KIPP and micro school charter schools to present. All presentations were structured to be 10 minutes in length and address the following questions that the committee had. One, please provide us, the committee, with a brief description of your school, number of students, etc. How much PICO funding has your school received? 3, to date, please provide us with the total amount your school received from the half-penny sales tax and your half-penny sales tax current budget. 4, share your school's vision on how you have used or plan to use this funding. How did this how did you plan financially for this vision prior to the passage of the half-cent sales tax? 5, what is your marketing plan? Because we find this to be very important, not only for our district, but also for our charter schools. What is your school's marketing plan for informing the community about the half-cent pennies referendum funded for your project? And then lastly, we wanted to know from our charter schools, what concerns do you have regarding the quarterly reports? And do you have, or do they have any recommendations or suggestions in improving the process? Charter schools presentations can be found in the draft minutes packets on the half-penny sales tax website. Another topic for discussion at the June meeting. Another topic for the June meeting was the charter financial reporting requirements due to the changes by the new legislation and guidelines from Tallahassee. Finally, at our most recent meeting in September, the committee reviewed and discussed proposed policy changes to 9.66, the Sales Surge Tax Oversight Committee, and the terms of the meeting frequency and attendance requirement. We also had the opportunity to hear from the SOS Charter School, which addressed our committee. I want to thank you all again for the opportunity to present. Once again, we encourage members of the public to visit duvalschools.org/halfpenny to review all of the work that we are doing. Our next meeting, and we invite and thank many of the board members for coming to our meetings, but our next meeting is Wednesday, November the 16th at 10 a.m. at the Schultz Center, and we do invite the public to join us for our meeting and to provide their input during our public comment portion. Mr. Chair, with that being said, I will yield back unless there's any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for number one, your leadership. We appreciate you are the inaugural, the first ever chair, and you've done a fantastic job. In those meetings, please, it's not an empty invite. We want the public to come out and see what's going on. We have some amazing projects that are happening. If you have not, if you start driving around, you will see the signs that talk about the safety and security projects. You'll see Rutledge Pearson, the groundbreaking. You'll see there's a lot of things happening with those dollars because we wanted to make sure of that. So we appreciate your leadership in leading that group. And as always, we invite you to come out November 16th, once again at the Schultz Center. Hank Rogers will be there leading a fantastic meeting. So thank you again, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Superintendent, and board members. Thank you all.
Please.
Mr. Rogers, I just want to say thank you. You don't have to come back up here, but one of the things that I think is unique about the work that the Sales Surtax Committee is doing is that this is the first time that any school district in the state of Florida has been required to share this sales tax referendum in quite the way that we are now required to share it with charter schools. And so the work of the committee in pushing the district and asking for these reports from our charter partners to provide that transparency to the community, I think is really good work. And I just want to say thank you. I know it's not always been easy, but this is unique. It's been a unique task, and you guys have all stepped up to that challenge, and I do really appreciate it. I think there's a lot of people that may not realize that this is kind of the first time that we're in this territory and charting these waters. And so we're trying to do the best we can to provide that information to the community, and that's because of the work your team is doing. So thank you so much.
Chairman Willie, can I ask a question?
Please.
Mr. Rogers, thank you. I do appreciate the information about the charter schools and how they are spending the dollars. And I appreciate the charter schools that submitted information. Not all of them did. But I did want to point out that while the dollars were collected to improve the infrastructure of the school and for safety. I did note that some charter schools are using those dollars to pay their rent. And I think the public needs to be aware of that. And I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And that information is, it is self-reported, but it is a dashboard that we have created because of that. We want the community to know, so I appreciate you bringing that up. And that is something that is there if they have self-reported that. So we want to make sure that folks know that. So thank you again, Mr. Rogers, and for those comments, because it is trailblazing work that hasn't been done before. And I think we'll set a precedent for other folks who come behind and want to do the same. So thank you. And as always, we want to hear from you, the public. So we're now on our public comment portion of our agenda. The school board always welcomes your comments on matters that are before the board for consideration. It's not the board's intent to respond this evening, but to use the input in our deliberations. To give everyone appropriate respect and courtesy, we ask that audience refrain from audible comments or applause. When you come to the microphone, please state your name for the record. The board will allocate time for public comment based on the number of speakers who have filled out speaker cards prior to the designated time. If we have 20 speakers who have signed up, each will be allotted 3 minutes. If 21 to 40 speakers have signed up, each will have 2. And if more than 41 or more speakers have signed up, each will be allotted 1 minute. Tonight we have 31 speakers, but we do have folks who are waving, so we have 22, I believe. So tonight each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to speak. When the green light in front of me starts to blink, you will have 1 minute remaining. When the light turns yellow, you will have 30 seconds remaining. And when it turns red and the buzzer sounds, your time will be up. If your concerns exceed that time, you may present written comments to the board. Board policy provides for an orderly and efficient meeting without disruption by words or actions. You're asked to refrain from references to specific individuals and to follow expectations for civil discourse. In an effort to mitigate against the spread of COVID-19, we have placed hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes at the podium. We ask that each speaker wipe down the microphone and podium before they address the board. Please remember that speaker cards were only accepted until 6:20. And once again, we thank you for taking the time to address the board. And I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Coker, and she will get us started.
All right, thank you. And again, we do have 31 speakers this evening and 22 who have waived. We'll start with our speakers, and then at the end, I'll read the names of those who waived and what their subjects were. That being said, we'll start with Michael Anderson, if you'll come onto the podium, Elisa Barr, and Samantha Hamill, if you'll kind of line up right behind them.
Good evening. My name is Michael Anderson. My address is on file. As a proud graduate of the ESC program here in Duval County, I would like to say thank you for actually acknowledging us and saying that we actually matter. So I appreciate that. I'm also a special ed teacher here in the district as well, and I had just want to share some of the stories that basically I've been hearing throughout my district and my schools. We are literally losing our special ed teachers left and right. We literally since the beginning of the school year, we have lost probably 3 to 4 special ed teachers in basically my school. This is a problem. We have paras who are literally taking the role of the teachers. We again we need to address this and figure out a way to again help basically all of our children. In my classroom, there are literally roaches in basically our cabinets. We are dealing with ACs going off every other week or so. Again, we need help at these schools. I have PI kids in my class who are on feeding tubes. We have other folks with health concerns as well. We need help now. We need this to be addressed now. Also, when it comes to sexual education, we need a comprehensive plan.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We'll now have Elisa Barr, followed by Samantha Hamill, followed by Erica Vargas.
Hi, my name is Dr. Alyssa Barr. I'm a professor at UNF in public health, and I'm a parent of 2 teenagers. As the district moves to create its own sex ed curriculum, I encourage us to make decisions that are based on data and to also consider the about 65,000 kids that we have in our middle schools and high schools. They differ greatly, and each one is important and each one needs our support. Every year, notices are sent home to the parents about the sex ed curriculum coming up, and opt-out directions are posted on the DCPS website. Last year, we had about 33 students opt out. That's it, 33. That's approximately only 1 student per middle and high school. So the vast majority of these parents and kids and caregivers, they really do want comprehensive and inclusive sex ed for our kids. This education focuses on refusal skills and saying no, FDA-approved contraceptives, healthy and unhealthy relationships, and respecting the boundaries of others. Students are encouraged to talk more with their parents and caregivers and think through their decisions. This curriculum, again, is strongly supported by the majority, and it still allows those very few people who don't want it to opt out. This is important because research documents that this education improves both the health and safety of all kids. And finally, I ask, please allow our safe space stickers to come back. They don't hurt anybody. They just protect those kids who really need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Samantha Hamill, followed by Erica Vargas, followed by Jennifer Coward.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Hamill. I have a master's degree in public health, and I work for CAN Community Health. I'm also a Duval parent with a son in the 6th grade. As our district begins to create its own sex ed curriculum, it must be comprehensive and inclusive. In the world of sex ed, inclusive means respect for all. That's it, respect. This respect supports all kids in our district. Research and data have shown children don't always feel safe when communicating with their parents, especially on such topics. Comprehensive sex ed also educates on healthy relationships, which creates a positive impact for all. The decisions that are made here affect about 65,000 kids in our middle and high schools. Decisions should be based on facts and what's in the best interest of all of these kids. These decisions should not be influenced by religion, politics, or personal influence. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Erica Vargas, followed by Jennifer Cowart, followed by Sarah Simboski.
A little shorter than usual. Greetings all. My name is Erica Vargas. I am a master's student at UNF for the Clinical Mental Health Counseling Program. I'm coming here today as I wanted to say kids are our future, and I think we all know that. We want them to have a proper and stable foundation for their future. We teach them skills so they're able to build their future. In regards to taking out the sex ed curriculum from schools, I think we will be taking out a very big, one of the few opportunities to bridge the gaps in information and skills for our kids and teens to have a better and informed choices that will carry them on to adulthood. Unfortunately, currently our kids and teens, and even adults resort to very realistic and skewed sources of information in regards to sex ed, such as media. I know I have. Having age-appropriate, comprehensive, inclusive, behavior-conscious, and evidence-based sex ed, it really instills knowledge and awareness to our kids and a myriad of topics that many people will touch upon, including safer sex behaviors, consent, being able to be aware of what risky behaviors are about STIs. And I'm actually here today as a grateful student and citizen. My first open sex ed class was in 8th grade recently after arriving to the United States from Dominican Republic. And it was one of the most life-changing experiences as an immigrant child, as I think this country, ever since I was kept ignorant. And it really changed my point of life. And unfortunately, in regards to this topic, ignorance is not bliss. I think our kids really deserve the choice, the empowerment, and the accurate information to build the lives that they want, including sex. So that's it for today.
Thank you. We'll now have Jennifer Cowart, followed by Sarah Simbowski, followed by Michelle Moore.
I'm Dr. Jennifer Cowart. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I have a copy here of a letter which I emailed to the board on Friday. I have updated it today. We have 230 individual signers and 6 organizations who have signed on to this letter. I will leave this with you at the end. So we've written this letter to you. I provide this on behalf of public school defenders. This also represents my medical opinion as a community physician and a Duval County parent with 2 children in public schools. I'm thankful that we all can agree that it is common sense and pragmatic to have excellent science-based curriculum for our students. We want them to grow into healthy and successful adults, just as we saw all the wonderful programming that district offers tonight. We know that comprehensive, inclusive sex ed is part of that to help create healthy, successful adults. I think we all share that as our end goal, even if sometimes we differ on how to get there. So my job tonight is to ask, as a parent and as a physician, that we come to an agreement on timely and inclusive and comprehensive sex ed. Timely meaning we need it in this year. We need to be sure that our students have access to that this year, and to keep and gain on the curriculum that we had previously. So as the district creates this new curriculum, we ask for it to be timely, comprehensive, and inclusive. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. We'll now have Sarah Simborski, and I'm going to apologize up front if I mispronounced your last name. I apologize. Michelle Moore, followed by Michelle Matizo.
Good evening, esteemed board. My name is Sarah Simborski. I'm here as a relatively new resident of Duval County. My husband and I are an active duty family, and we are soon to be foster parents. I am also a licensed clinical social worker and have been working with college students since 2014. And consistently, about half of the students I see are LGBT young adults reconciling their identity in the world. They were probably a part, most of them were a part of supportive families of them, but maybe not their identity. So they are reconciling who they are. They're trying, some of them are surprised that they exist because they didn't expect to exist because they didn't see themselves in the materials, in books. And so that is really devastating. It's hugely impactful. It influences and impacts their performance. You know, the performance that you guys talked about being so valuable to results post high school and going out into the world. That mission of setting students up for success in college and life. So having inclusive materials, inclusive spaces that are visibly inclusive is super important. I've never had a student in therapy talk about how they suffered from being a part of an inclusive environment. Also, I want to mention how all students benefit from supportive and inclusive spaces. This includes comprehensive sex education. There is evidence that suggests that female students they're less likely to experience intimate partner violence if they go to a school that is inclusive and safe and that environment is welcoming. Also, there's less bullying, physical bullying, harassment, compared to schools with less supportive LGBT climates.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll now have Michelle Moore, followed by Michelle Matizo, followed by Erica De Amore.
Hello, I'm Dr. Michelle Moore, and I have been studying adolescent sexuality for
Can you
about
pull
25
ma'am, if you'll, yeah, we want to make sure we hear every word.
Okay.
Thank you, I apologize. And will you give her 10 seconds back on the clock for my interruption, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm an advocate for comprehensive, age-appropriate, and medically accurate sexuality education. Approximately a third of our Duval County high school students have had sex, and by the time they are a senior in high school, over half of them have had sex. 11% of our Duval County middle school students have had sex, and by the time they're in 8th grade, it's 1 out of 6 that have had sex. Comprehensive sexuality education has proven to reduce sexual risk behaviors, including delaying sexual activity or increasing abstinence, reducing the number of sexual partners, and increasing condom use. It is critical that we provide comprehensive sex ed to our young people, which includes the skills they need to communicate clearly, to negotiate safer sexual behaviors with partners, to help reduce the epidemic rates we have of STDs, HIV, and unintended pregnancy in our community. Unfortunately, over half of middle school students report that their parents have never talked to them about sexuality or what their expectations are, and that trend continues into high school. For many students, they also have, they don't have the choice to get comprehensive sexuality education if their parents aren't talking to them and we're not providing it in the schools. Because I'm a parent who has educated my children and who talks to them openly and honestly about my expectations, they have a lot of friends who come to them for accurate information to dispel the myths that they see in social media, TV, the internet, and other resources. The stories they tell me about kids who don't have this information is heartbreaking. I wish they all had the access to comprehensive sex ed if they don't have parents who are going to speak to them. So I ask of you, for all of the young people who so desperately need this education, please support comprehensive sex ed.
Thank you. We'll now have Michelle Matazo, followed by Erica De Amore, followed by Kristen Kimball.
Hi, my name is Michelle Matasu, and I'm here to also talk about sex ed. 1950, one of the things that when I spoke last time, it was about history and foundation. 1950, Alfred Kinsley, he partnered with German scientists to experiment in sexualizing our children. He's held up as a pillar for the standard of sexuality in modern day education. When he was at the University of Indiana, he, along with other scientists, experimented on sexually abusing hundreds of children. They were systematically tortured, and this information is not readily available, but if you look, you'll find this connection between him and children. We have teachers in New York City that are being charged with sexualizing children. We have a district in Waterloo Regional that teachers were told to tell students to not commit to whether they're a boy or girl, but it's their decision to make. We have children that are told that not all boys have penises and not all girls have vaginas. Now, fast forward the story, we have a 13-year-old whose parents are now filing a federal lawsuit in Deer Lake Middle School here in Florida for secretly transitioning their child without their permission. We had a similar story in Clay County, and with this, changing their child's gender without the parents' permission. Having comprehensive sexual education is teaching children about sexuality, but not adding agendas to it. That is the biggest issue that I personally have, is when we tie this around agendas. Teach children the facts. I think it's important that they do know about sexually transmitted diseases, and if maybe they saw that information, what it looks like, what sexually transmitted diseases will do to their future for having children, what it will do to their lives with medication and doctors and medical appointments, these are deterrents. But we don't need to sexualize our children. Thank you very much.
We'll now have Erica De Amore, followed by Kristen Kimball, followed by Katrin Lukness Bowl.
Hi, I'm Erica De Amore, and I come before you again to speak about comprehensive sexual education. And every argument I've heard against it is fraught with fallacies, just absolute lies, and fear. No one is trying to sexualize children. No one is trying to secretly transgender your children. No one. As a matter of fact, most people discourage it. But also, as a former student, imagine being in high school and seeing, oh, sex ed is removed this year. Why? They don't want you to know about trans people or gay people. Also, yeah, remember those safe space stickers we saw last year? They're gone. Why? We don't want you to feel safe anymore. That's what you feel when you see that. That is the message that is being put forth when you remove inclusivity from a high school that these kids are forced to go to. As someone who has been there, has felt dread going to a place where I was forced to go and continually bullied, I cannot urge enough the need for safe spaces, for inclusivity, for a place that you feel that you are part of this community, because we are. We are here. We are citizens, and we are just as much a part of the community as anybody else. This should be kept in mind going forward with adding inclusivity and back into sexual education, and also please reinstate the safe space stickers. As they hurt no one, they only help those who are being bullied. Thank you. I'll see the rest of my time. Good night.
Thank you. We'll now have Kristen Kimball, followed by Kratin Luknis-Bull, followed by Dan Merkin.
Hello, my name is Kristen Kimball. I am a former teacher at DCPS. I am here to talk about the inclusive reproductive health protects our kids, not only from STDs, HIV, and unplanned pregnancy, but especially but also from bullying, violence, and sexual assault. LGBTQ+ kids especially need this protection. They're at an increased risk of teasing, bullying, and violence. This, as a result, they have an increased risk of depression and suicide. Inclusive health lessons in school teach respect and create positive effect on all of our students. Inclusive lessons promote acceptance, diversity, and respect. As adults, we should strive to help all our kids feel supported, accepted, and included in our schools and in our community, especially those who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Katrin Luknis-Bull, followed by Dan Merkin, followed by Ellie Porter.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Katrine Lukens-Bull. I have a master's in public health and have worked as an epidemiologist and community mobilizer, and also at UNF as an instructor in public health and at the health department. And my request around sexual health education is to basically allow the amazing teachers, staff, and administrators who work for Duval County Public Schools, who I have worked with for many years now, to create this curriculum based on the needs that you all and they understand that our students have, and not listen to a vocal minority of people in the community who may not be with those students on a day-to-day basis, as many of your wonderful people are. I've served on the School Health Advisory Council and other groups. I'm also a mom, and I stood before you about 10 years ago asking that you accept the CDC 1508 grant to provide this enhanced education for our students. And I would just really like to see the curriculum be comprehensive, inclusive, and bring back those safe space decals so that our students can feel safe in the schools. And as an epidemiologist, if you need references of peer-reviewed literature, I would be more than happy to provide them for you because we work in science. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Dan Merkin, followed by Ellie Porter, followed by Taylor Hovansik.
Hi, I'm Dan Merkin. I'm a member of several HIV planning bodies, an HIV test counselor. I've worked at the Jasmine HIV and STI clinic. And I'm here to just say that it's so critically important that we offer comprehensive sexual health ed in our schools, because when we don't, young people will suffer. And I'm not saying that as hyperbole. As somebody who has tested young people and having to give them their results, the reality is, without the information that can help save their lives and keep them safe, they will engage in higher risk behaviors. So it's critical that they get the information they need to keep themselves safe. I have given HIV test results to young people as young as 17. They've come back positive, and they had to live with that for the rest of their very short life. They died in their 30s. So that is a reality. When we deny people the information they need, that can be the consequence. So this is not some sort of hypothetical thing. it hits people in a reality that's sometimes so harsh and cruel if we deny them the information they need. So let's not forget that. Additionally, young people who are LGBTQ especially need to be able to see signs that we care about them. And those rainbow stay stickers help with that. And so they need to come back. There's no reason for them not to be. They're not a part of HB 1557. It's already been declared that by a judge, as well as the motion to dismiss from the state itself, that those programs did not have to be impacted in that way. So those materials could return. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Ellie Porter, followed by Taylor Havancic, followed by Melissa Bernhardt.
Hello. My name is Ellie Porter. I'm an undergraduate student at UNF, and I'm majoring in public health. Comprehensive sex education in the classroom is needed to provide a safe space for students to learn information and tools they need to protect themselves and their friends. It should also be a space where students can ask questions and get medically accurate, comprehensive, and inclusive answers to those questions. Comprehensive sex education is not just about sex. It's about dating violence, sexual assault, and adult predators. Sexual education is about consent. If you don't learn that you don't have the power to autonomy over your own body, it can be very hard to enforce it. Change is scary, and I understand that, but as a young person, let me tell you that students have an information highway to hundreds of their closest friends and any information they want. If they aren't learning sex education in school, they're probably learning it somewhere else, and that information is inaccurate. Knowledge is power, and students in Duval middle and high schools deserve the power to protect themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Taylor Havancic, followed by Melissa Bernhardt, followed by Cole Gabriel.
Hello, board members. My name is Taylor Hovansik, and I have a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology from Florida State University, and I am now a graduate student in the clinical mental health counseling program at the University of North Florida. I am also a mom-to-be in about 3 months. As a future professional and a future mother, I'm advocating for inclusive and comprehensive sex education in our schools. I think that there is this idea that we want to teach kids how to have sex, which is not the case whatsoever. What we want is to teach our kids the anatomically correct terms for body parts and the reproductive system that they've had since birth, to learn about what consent is, how to give or deny consent based on their own informed decisions, how to know when someone is touching them inappropriately, and how to speak up if this instance occurs, what the legal age of consent is, and what contraceptives there are to preventing pregnancy, which includes but is not limited to abstinence. All of this is to reduce sexual assaults, teen pregnancy, and dating violence, and not the other way around. If we try to shadow our kids from this important health topic, we are then reinforcing risk-taking and unsafe behaviors, as children's brain development around this age relies on risk-taking and impulsivity, to be curious and to explore what is unknown to them. So, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Melissa Bernhardt, followed by Cole Gabriel, followed by Judy Shepklin.
Hello, Melissa Bernhardt. It's great to be here tonight. I'm going to read pretty fast because I got 2 minutes. So, Read USA. Board members and spouses are in the room, so I'm going to refrain from using names. All that information's online. Duval County Public School is paying millions of dollars for their services, and Duval County Public School recently in June voted to spend more millions of dollars to provide money for tutors. Now tonight you're going to vote again to spend more money for tutors. Does that mean that the Read USA program is not working, that we need to spend more money on it? I did see that Read USA has on their DCPS website an advertisement to pay students $15 an hour. Those students will work 9 to 12 hours a week from ages of 16 to 21. Why are we paying someone else to pay our students? Why don't we work out a program that allows the students that can tutor the younger students and have it more of a peer relationship instead of spending the money on it? I'm going to jump over. Jacksonville Public Education Fund. Again, many board members are here, so I'm not going to call out anyone's name. That's not the point. My point is they offer a free class to teach students, free classes to teachers who in return, by taking the content back into the classroom, get thousands of dollars as perk money. That is a backdoor for content that we do not want. Duval County Public Schools isn't going over that content being taught to teachers, and teachers are being taught it and they're going to bring it into the classrooms, and it's not what we want. Also, JPEF has once said black males are being targeted with reports for discipline and crime, and now the grand jury is saying that we're not reporting on those reports and that crime. Is there a relationship? Last but not least, I'm jumping over to, oops, sorry, I've got no more time. Please hold off on voting on the resolution. I'd like to be part of the conversation, or at least listen to the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now have Cole Gabriel, followed by Judy Shulkin, followed by Dee Nakaroto. And I'm apologizing up front on that name.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Cole Gabriel, and I come to you this evening with many friends who support the expedient approval of a comprehensive sex education program, including LGBTQ+ issues. As we have established and as research shows, comprehensive sex education programs reduce teen pregnancy and reduce the spread of sexually transmitted diseases. Every day that we proceed into the school year without a defined curriculum is another opportunity lost for students to learn critical knowledge that could impact them for the rest of their lives. I have worked for and volunteered with a number of youth-serving organizations, and it is devastating to see the lack of opportunity LGBTQ+ students have to simply feel like they can be themselves, to learn LGBT history, to meet friends who share their struggles. But to exclude LGBT information in sex education programs is downright dangerous. You can't prevent students from being gay or transgender just by not talking about it. Being exposed to sex education issues as it relates to LGBT students is not going to turn your children, and we need to design our curriculum to reflect those absolute truths. Education is a great equalizer, not the only one, but a critical one. It's time to get back to class, to affirm our students, and to educate them for the future. I urge the school board to develop this new comprehensive sex education program with haste for the physical and mental well-being of our students. Earlier, we discussed the need to get Duval students ready for work. Let's make sure we focus on getting Duval students ready for life. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Judy Shecklin, followed by Dee Nacarado, followed by Samantha Krontz.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Judy Shecklin, and I'm here tonight as a retired Duval County Public School counselor. I was also on the School Health Advisory Council for, I think, about 20 years. And I was also a curriculum writer. I wrote comprehensive sex ed curriculum. I was motivated to do that because as a counselor, I had come before me many students who were sexually abused and victims of incest, and they didn't have the language and information to provide the kinds of tools that were needed to keep them safe. And it was something that really stuck with me. I'm also a parent of a DCPS graduate and now a grandparent of a student in Duval County Schools. So certainly a long history and connection, and also a very personal belief that it is important to look at the current statistics that demonstrate the benefit of students receiving comprehensive sex education instruction. I have grave concerns that this year, removing this instruction and discontinuing an effective curriculum before a new curriculum is in place is really of grave concern. Again, as a former health education curriculum writer for DCPS, I know how long it takes, and I know how long the approval process takes before implementation begins. Why should students be placed at higher risk of both sexual and physical dating violence, engaging in risky sexual behavior, contracting HIV or STIs, and more as a result of not having access to this curriculum as a result of that, having that happen now. Research shows, and we've heard this over and over, that teens, oops, I'm running out of time, that have this information have lower rates of STDs and more success using refusal skills. And finally, please put back those rainbow stickers. Please support students who need our help and support through curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Dee Nakaroto, and please pronounce that name for me correctly so that I can get it right. I apologize on that. Samantha Krontz and Julian Herrera. Did I get close on the last name?
It's fine. It's Daralee Nacarado. Hi.
And you even did it phonetically for me, and
It's
I still
okay.
messed it up.
It's okay.
Thank
No
you.
worries. It's not a common name. Good evening, board members. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I am a mother of two current Duval County school students, one in 8th grade and one in 10th grade, and I have a son that graduated from DCPS and is now a student at Brown University. He will never return to Jacksonville, which is so sad. He feels that he was not represented. He feels he was bullied during his time in schools in Duval County. So I'm here to speak on behalf of him and ask that you bring those rainbow stickers back. I also want you to realize that not having a comprehensive sexual education policy in place is detrimental to all of our students. In your own vision statement, you say to provide educational excellence for every student so that they have the skills necessary to become lifelong learners and productive citizens of the 21st century. Without a comprehensive sexual curriculum, students often receive confusing and false information surrounding relationships and sex. High-quality sex education not only provides factual information to students, it helps prepare them for safe, healthy, and fulfilling life. It teaches life skills, values, non-discrimination, respectful and healthy relationships, consent, and so much more. Parents, guardians, friends, family, and administrators and teachers all have something to contribute to work toward teaching quality sex education in schools. Talking about sex is very uncomfortable. But if we went through life only talking about things that we support, that made us feel comfortable, we'd all be in a world of darkness. Many important things make people uncomfortable. And we need to strive to push back against people that only want to talk about things that they support and make them feel comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Samantha Krontz, followed by Jillian Herrera, followed by Lilana Camarcerenco.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Krontz. Aside from holding my bachelor's degree in public health and working for Can Community Health, I have personally witnessed the downfall of a system that does not teach comprehensive sex education. I found out what sex was in 1st grade. Not from my parents, not from my teacher, but from a peer that was molested by an adult that they trusted. When I was in 9th grade, my classmate found out that she was pregnant during our abstinence-based sex ed class. When I was in college, I lived out a year of my life experiencing dating violence, too uneducated to see the red flags in front of my face. Every day, I take care of patients that are unaware of their own anatomy and the ways in which they put the sexual health of themselves and others in jeopardy. Comprehensive sex education builds sexual abuse prevention skills, reduces dating violence, and teaches students how to protect themselves before they become sexually active. It is incredibly important to consider that not every student has an adult at home willing to educate them on these issues. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll now have Julian Herrera, followed by Lilana Camarcerenco, and then followed by Roselle Van Nostrand.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jillian Herrera. I work at Can Community Health. I have a master's in public health and a concentration in epidemiology. We need to keep comprehensive, inclusive sex education in schools. Did y'all know that 1 in 2 people who are sexually active have a sexually transmitted infection before the age of 25? What can fix that problem? Having good, inclusive sex education. Reproductive health education prevents multiple outcomes, such as teen pregnancy and birth, abortion. It prevents abortion, sexually transmitted infections, and HIV. Education is prevention, as the shirt says, and prevention of negative health outcomes is necessary. It needs to be inclusive. It needs to be evidence-based, and it is healthy to have. It helps us protect our children. And we do need to bring back more inclusivity. We need to be inclusive in schools. And we really need to make sure we let the kids know that no matter what they are, gender identity, sexual orientation, race, religion, that everyone is accepted and loved within the schools. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Lilana Camasanrico. I'm not seeing that person coming. Rosalie Van Nostrand. Cheryl Verta. All right, well, Ms. Verta's coming to the podium. I'll call for Rebecca Nathanson and Jessica Wilson behind there.
Good evening, board members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Cheryl Verta. I'm here before you as a concerned parent and also as an attorney, and I'm asking you to please bring in a comprehensive and inclusive sexual education program. As so many speakers have said before you, the science is clear on this issue, that it helps, it makes a difference, that it lowers birth rates, it lowers STIs, it lowers dating violence. There's so many reasons to bring it back. I'm also asking you to do this timely. The failure to do so could have horrible consequences for students here in DCPS. It's very important to do this. Finally, as a parent of an LGBTQ student, I'm asking you also to please reinstate the safe space stickers. There's no reason not to. There's no legal reason, especially not to, and you could be potentially, again, hurting the very students you're here to protect. Thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll now have Rebecca Nathanson, followed by Jessica Wilson, followed by Darlene Miller. And if each one can go ahead and come over for the purposes of time, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Becky Nathanson with Moms for Liberty Duval. I'm actually here to talk about pocket constitutions, but before that, I just want to remind, there might be confusion. Moms for Liberty Duval never came out against the comprehensive sex education. We were pushing for transparency so that parents knew that Duval County was teaching condom lessons in middle school with penis props. So that's what, there were components of the comprehensive sex education lessons that many parents objected to. But Moms for Liberty did not take a position writ large against comprehensive sex education. I'm actually here tonight to let you know that with the support of the 917 Society, Moms for Liberty would like to donate pocket constitutions to all 8th graders in Duval County Public Schools. We have been in contact with Dr. Denise Hall. We know that it's very important for you all to see and vet any donations that are given to the public school students. So I've already dropped off some pocket constitutions for Dr. Hall, and I have some for all the board members and for Ms. Renfro or whoever else would like to see them. And as soon as hopefully we get approval, we'll be delivering those to our middle school students. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and you can leave those with counsel. He's coming to you now. Jessica Wilson, I'm not seeing, so we're going to call for Darlene Miller, followed by Tim Miller, followed by Kathy Duclay.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Miller, and I am here on behalf of your ESE students. I've heard some disturbing things at this meeting in classrooms about your ESE children. I think those need to be addressed right away. I think if your gifted kids were in a room that looked like that, somebody would have been out there already. Your ESE kids are not your second-class citizens, but yet some of them still feel as they are. Kids are bullied. They're never seem to be addressed at any of these issues. Their services are not what they should be. Imagine for a moment you're an ESE teacher. You have 25 children. Well, 25 children doesn't seem like a whole lot until you realize they're in 8 classes. So when you get all that divided up in your day, you decide, oh yeah, I got, maybe 30 minutes in each class. Well, one class might have 5 or 6 ESE kids for your 30 minutes. With 5 or 6 different disabilities and 5 or 6 different things to work on in that 30 minutes. So again, divide that up. I'm asking for equal things. ESE classes don't have equal things. Not all of them actually go to lunch. Not all of them transition lunch. Not all of them have laptops in their classrooms. Equal things for ESE kids. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Tim Miller, followed by Kathy Duclay, followed by Kathleen Murray.
Good evening. My name is Tim Miller. I'm so glad that you recognize Disability History and Awareness Month. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Do want to talk about that with the Duval Ready. I think it's a wonderful idea because we need to get those kids ready for the workforce or college because many of them do both. Okay, my son, who is ESE, as everybody knows, is working now and going to college. So they need that skill set. We talked about students earning soft skills credentials. That's real tough for some ESE kids, but it's just, if not more so, critical because they lack those to begin with. They need more support to overcome that. So please make sure that those soft skills reach to the ESE kids, okay? Because a lot of those kids won't go to college, they're going straight to career as well. So they need to do that. ESE kids are not only for low-level jobs. I'm in the IT industry. One of the best software developers I knew was high-functioning autistic. He was amazing. Treat those kids like they can go and get those higher level positions because they can with the right supports. One more thing, the last meeting, there were a lot of people outside when the meeting started with no support. We could not hear the first part of the meeting because we were outside because the auditorium was packed. I understand that, but we need to make sure that there's accommodation for people out there. In the past, you put a TV or speakers out there. You didn't do that last month, so please make sure that if there's going to be an overflow crowd, that people that are not in the auditorium can still hear the meeting. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. We'll now have Kathy Duclay, followed by Kathleen Murray, followed by Susan Brandensburg.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kathy DeClay. I'm with County Citizens Defending Freedom, and I want to thank all of you for everything that you do because you put a lot of hard work behind what you do, and it was a great joy to see everything that's going on in our schools tonight. Thank you. And I want to thank you, too, for shelving the ERT curriculum and for coming up with your own curriculum, for listening to the community about the curriculum. That's important to everybody here, I see. And I want to ask you if maybe you could find a way to invite parents whose children will be on the receiving end of the new curriculum when it comes out. If you can invite them to review the curriculum maybe before it is implemented. If you could perhaps find ways to empower parents to get involved in the sex education of their children alongside with the school. Maybe you could come up with a parental curriculum for them to work alongside the school. Also, when it comes to the opt-out, no child wants to be the odd one out. Maybe if you could have it as an opt-in. When parents sign that opt-in, then they also know they're fully aware of what's in the curriculum and whether or not that's, acceptable to them. And then finally, I'm sorry, but there's so many kids that get bullied for so many things, not just the LGBTQ. I think that the safe space should be for everyone. No child should be bullied for any reason. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll now have Kathleen Murray, followed by Susan Brandensburg, followed by Margaret Yarborough.
Set my timer here. Good evening. My name is Kathleen Murray, Executive Director for Duval County Citizens Defending Freedom, CCDF Duval. Thank you all for your continued service to the Duval County Public Schools. Originally, I wasn't planning to speak. However, CCDF Duval has 3 areas of concern that we would ask you to consider this evening. First, the supplemental curriculum. We again thank you for the sound decision to reject the ERT supplemental curriculum in favor of writing your own. The concern, however, is that the curriculum your team will produce will be little better than what ERT's curriculum contained. CCDF Duval has asked that we be part of the process, but to date those requests have been denied. Also, we suggest that the inability to easily review the curriculum was the reason for only 33 parents opting out. It was our experience that we had to actually go to the office here at DCPS to actually see the detailed curriculum. Second, Read USA. On the surface, Read USA appears to be a great program. Providing children with books is a great idea if those books are in compliance with Florida's obscenity and child abuse laws and the parental rights and education law. CCDF would like a comprehensive list of those books that Read USA provides with 0 substitutions. We recognize that DCPS does not have the staff to review these books, which is why CCDF is asking to partner with DCPS in this endeavor. Third, CCDF Duval respectfully asks that the board refrain from spending unnecessary funds hiring attorneys as part of the grand jury investigation on the underreporting of DCPS crimes. Rather, we encourage a robust public discussion in accordance with the Florida Sunshine Laws. Hiring attorneys who will work for the superintendent gives the appearance of a conflict of interest, especially if there is no cap on those funds spent and the superintendent has the discretion to raise the budgeted amount. Thank you again for the consideration of our concerns in the spirit of inclusivity, a word that seems to be stymieing a lot of people tonight.
Thank you. That being said, we'll have Susan Brandenburg, and please correct me if I got that last name wrong.
You got it right.
All right.
Just
Followed
like
by
the
Margaret.
concerto, just like the gate.
Got it. Thank
Right.
you.
I'm Susan D. Brandenburg, and I'm on the advisory committee of Read USA, and I'm here to say thank you to this school board for the wonderful support that Read USA gets. Concerning what Daryl Willie said about the
Please
new...
don't refrain to individuals.
I'm sorry.
Thank
The
you.
new currency. The new currency. Read USA is helping to create the new currency. Readers are leaders. I'm a writer. I love readers. But we are closing the literacy gap in many, many Duval County schools, and I'm very proud of what Read USA is doing. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. We'll now have Margaret Yarborough.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Yarbrough, speaking on behalf of myself and 2 wonderful kids. First, there are still LGBT all-in safe space stickers and rainbow lanyards floating around schools, which need to come down. They violate both civil and parental rights laws. Second, DCPS allows transgender kids to use the bathroom of their choice in accordance with the written safety plan. Ironically, this creates a dangerous space for my kids, violates Title IX parental rights and the newly enacted transgender athlete law. Commissioner Diaz said allowing this practice will jeopardize the safety and well-being of Florida students and risk violating Florida law. Parents have a right to know which laws and policy the district is using to justify this practice and must provide me with this answer, which it has not done. Third, the campaign to sign kids up for Hazel Health is relentless and prioritized in the district. Hazel Health collaborates with Nicholas Children's Hospital to provide telehealth for more than 500,000 kids, K through 12 students in Florida, including Duval. Nicholas Hospital states that its children's gender variant program is dedicated to fulfilling the psychological, educational, and medical needs of gender variant children and families. They provide gender-affirming care. This district should not be partnering with a hospital and program that mutilates, abuses, and lies to kids. 80% of gender dysphoria resolves by the time kids grow up. Additionally, a Swedish study revealed that suicide rates are 19 times greater for those who transition, so there's a lot of remorse there. The district, with the help of the federal government through CDC programs like All In, is marketing and selling the idea of gender fluidity, creating a problem, while on the back end offering a solution service through Hazel Health to affirm a child's identity. Dysphoria isn't questioned but affirmed, leading to a lifetime of pain and confusion for the child and mega profits for counselors, hospitals, and big pharma. Up to $100,000 for bottom surgeries, up to $40,000 for mastectomies. It's a super lucrative business. Meanwhile, more and more detransitioners are coming out with heartbreaking stories. Please get out of this horrible business, protect children, return to education, and be transparent.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll now read, that concludes our speakers. I'll now read the 22 who waived in regards to speaking this evening. Hayden Baer, support for comprehensive sex health education. Justin Kugler, support for comprehensive sex education. Kevin Anzazara, support for comprehensive sex education. Stephen Isoko, support for comprehensive sex education. Timothy Baker, support of comprehensive sex education and inclusive policies to all students and families. Felix Prioa, support of comprehensive sex education workshops to develop DCPS curriculum, open to public discussion. Kevin Parker, support of comprehensive sex education. Wanda Frazi, support of comprehensive sex ed. Rosalind Zacharias, support of sex education and inclusive sex education programs and bring back safe space stickers. Amy Glassman, support of comprehensive sex education. Jay Knight, support of sex education. Diana Rodriguez, support of comprehensive sex education. Abraham Eleganzi did not give a topic under the agenda item. Reverend Amber Kearney, opposition, please do not get rid of the LGBTQT guide. The queer youth need to feel safe. Amy Lanier, support of comprehensive, timely, and inclusive sex education. Randall Lesson, support of comprehensive sex education. Carolyn Ali Khan, support of comprehensive sex education. Tracy Wakolori, support of comprehensive sex education. Sarah Parker, PhD, support of comprehensive and inclusive sex education. Jacob Guerreri did not leave anything in the topic or agenda line. Beverly Bonta did not leave anything in the topic or agenda line. Jugba Sinyanti, support allowing a comprehensive health curriculum with sexual health education. And those are all of our speaker and cards that waive this evening.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coker, and thank you for those who came out and spoke and presented this evening. We appreciate the comments. We will now hear from comments from designated parent organizations and parent-teacher student organizations and district advisory council. So I'll ask that any parent organization who wishes to address the board from the following groups: District Advisory Council, PTA, Parent Advisory Council, Exceptional Student Education Advisory Committee. If there are any folks here. I don't see Hawkins, or Hutchinson. All right. Thank you. Seeing none, we'll move on to comments from designated employee organizations and bargaining units. So I'll ask if the following individuals are here: Terry Brady, President of DTU; Elton Brown, President of ASME; Jason Geiger, President JSA; Ronnie Burris, Business Manager, LIUNA; and David Bryant, President IBEW, or Steve Zona. Are any of those individuals here?
I'm here for the IBEW.
It has to be the person that is listed here to address the board at this portion of the.
So you're telling the chairman of the IBEW 177 Unit 2, an employee organization, that he cannot speak to this board. You need to check with your counsel.
I will check with counsel. I will do that, but we're asking that folks who are representatives of the IBEW of.
I'm an elected chairman of our union.
I understand. Counsel, thoughts?
If he's speaking on behalf, if he has the authority to speak on behalf of the union, then that's fine. That's the big issue. And if we have no question about whether he has the authority to speak on behalf of the union, so as to distinguish it from public comment by the public at large, then there's not an issue.
Okay, thank you. When you come, are you representing the full IBEW, or are these comments of your own?
The IBEW.
These are IBEW comments from IBEW. All right.
Good evening. Frank DeLong, Chairman of the IBEW 177 Unit 2. Tonight, I'd like to draw your attention to what, in my opinion, is one of the biggest problems facing the bargaining unit, subcontracting. At this time, the district is subcontracting more of my bargaining unit work than ever it has. This frustrating situation. We can't entice people to work for the district because it's not going to raise the market rates, which are much higher than the district is willing to pay. However, to keep facilities safe and working properly, the district hires subcontractors at much higher rates, 4 to 5 times more. For example, I've spoken about a subcontractor, Allstate Construction Services. Now they have been subcontracted to do plumbing maintenance as well as the other work they've already been doing. As I understand, the entire beaches area will now be served by them. There's no way that the district is saving any money doing this. Our members are telling us that Allstate is trying to lure our district plumbers away with to work for them at rates of $30 plus an hour. This is a problem. There's more. We found out from a district source, the source bragged and smiled while telling me this, that if a contractor damages something or installs something wrong, the school district pays for it, or we'll have them pay half and we pay half to repair it. If I came to your home and I broke something, the cost for repair would be on me. Not so with the district. We have proof of this. We have seen contractors parked outside for 4 hours sitting in their vehicles with photos to prove it. Who's paying for that time? The taxpayers of Duval County. That's who. I reported it and was told that it was the contractor's money. It falls on their company. The district isn't paying for it. Now I ask, do you believe that? I don't. Who pays for the contract? A contractor was paid $450 recently to unclog a drain line on an AC unit. That job takes about 20 minutes to complete, using a compressed air that blows air through the line till the gunk comes out the other side. It's a routine thing. If our HVAC mechanics were paid $40 an hour, which they aren't, we could have sent 11 of them to do the same job. What the contractor was paid. Currently, we don't have even 11 of them to send if we paid them $40 an hour. Sure we would, but a correct rate at the low pay, we would send 27 people to do that same job. There's a contractor, Allied Security, providing school guardian services to the district, the same service that our school safety assistants provide. The district is paying Allied $36 an hour per person. Our SSA officers are paid $15.50 an hour for the people who guard our children with weapons. The district is aggressively recruiting for this position. We've seen the advertisements. Allied is too. They're offering 20 plus an hour for some of our SSA officers. They've been offered as much as 26 an hour to come with them. There's no wonder why we can't fill that position. Did you know that the grounds has magnets on their trucks wanting, we'll hire for $15 an hour? The district must stop giving our money away to contractors because we won't pay loyal people more. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. We can't hire enough people to fill the jobs because we don't have the funds to, but we can pay contractors 4 to 5 times more to get the work done. We're being told that better times are coming with the passage of the millage increase. So I ask, how much of that money will our bargaining unit will see? The reply that we got was they don't have the authority to tell me how much money out of that millage rate is going to maintenance. I dug deeper into it and it seems that there is no breakdown of where the money goes. To me, it seems taxpayers of Duval County just gave the district more money to do as they please with no absolute direction for where it's spent. The best I could find was a pie chart that shows 75% going to teachers / staff 12.5 going to arts and athletics, 12.5 going to charter schools. That's the extent of it. That means $61,350,000 goes where? To all the teachers? No one else? More information would be extremely appreciated. When you say staff, please define who is staff and what part of staff gets what. Thank you for your time. Feel free to reach me or my union representative, David Bryant, and I'll see you next month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other folks from our bargaining units, so I'm going to move on to approval of minutes. That the Duval County School Board approve the minutes for the meetings listed in the agenda item. September 12th, 2022 regular board meeting, September 13th, 2022 board workshop, September 20th, 2022 agenda committee meeting, September 20th, 2022 board workshop, September 21st, 2022 policy handbook review committee. I'll ask for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Coker, second by Board Member Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for your vote. By your action, you have approved this item 7-0. Now moving on, are there any items to be placed on the consent agenda or items for discussion? Board Member Joyce.
Yes. I would like to pull item number 3, the Read USA contract. Item number 5, I don't have the title, but we received an email during this meeting that I have a question about. And then I would also like to pull item number 10, this, the school safety position.
Make sure we're all clear. So the item 3, Read USA, item 5, which is the amendment to agreements with educational directions, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then item 10, which is minimum qualification supervisor, school and safety compliance.
That's correct.
All right. Are there any other items to be pulled for discussion? All right, I'll go ahead and so I'll ask for a motion. We're going to pull items 3, 5, and 10. I'll ask for a motion on that.
So move.
Second.
Move. Was there a second? Okay.
Board Member Jones.
Moved by Board Member Hershey, second by Board Member Jones. Any discussion? Okay, so what we were voting on now, just so we're clear, we're voting on the consent agenda, and we are removing and putting items 3, 5, and 10 on discussion. Just want to make sure folks are clear. All right. Thoughts, questions?
To the chair, just making sure that the item that I pulled ahead of time is still the resolution.
Yes, yes. The resolution is also pulled. That was previously pulled, so yes. So items 3, 5, 10, and the resolution was, what item is that?
28.
Item 28. Yes. So after that discussion, items 3, 5, 10, and 28 will be on discussion. The rest of the agenda will be on for consent. I'll ask for your call for your vote. We'll need to do a hand vote. So call for all those in favor. I'm going to see your hand. All those opposed. All right. By your action, you have approved the consent agenda 7-0. Now we'll move on to discussion agenda, and we'll actually start in order of the number. So we'll start with number 3, the Read USA, and Board Member Joyce.
Thank you.
You pull this item.
Thank you. I wanted to just pull the item because we had a very robust discussion during our workshop concerning the item, and obviously the dollar amount is very large, and we did have some data of, I think it was in December of 2021, we approved a contract that's very similar to this for fourth grade tutoring in the amount of, I believe it was $2 million. We have, the district has come back and asked us to look at this again. There was some items taken out because the supplies had been purchased, but at the end of the day, it was still $1.3 million for tutoring for fourth graders. I believe the contract, last year, we were eligible to tutor up to maybe 700 students. There were 557, I believe, in the program. And I just wanted to bring it back up again because I am really concerned about this expenditure. When you look at the data really doesn't, to me, support this expenditure. I think when you break it down, it's a couple of $1,000s per student for a tutoring service. And so I have some reservations about this, and that's why I wanted to pull it for discussion tonight.
Thank you. Let me get us back in the right posture. So the order of operations. So Dr. Green, can you read the recommendation, and then we'll make sure we put it on the floor for discussion. I want to make sure we're in the right order. I'm sorry about that. Dr. Green.
Yes, I recommend that the board approve the agreement with Read USA Incorporated in the amount of $1,328,843.39.
All right, and that being said, now I'll ask for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Board Member Anderson, second by Board Member Hershey. Now we're on to discussion, and we'll continue this discussion from where you are. So
I've stated my concerns
Okay.
for it.
Other thoughts? Board Member Hershey.
I appreciate the concerns that Board Member Joyce has passed, expressed, I'm sorry. Where I am, though, is that the board has made a priority for improving literacy. And I know it's been about 3 or 4 years ago when I had an opportunity to gather board chairs from about 1980 to 2019, when I asked them, what was the concern? What were you working on? It was reading and it was literacy. And here we are in 2022, and we are still having that conversation. I, too, am concerned about the results that we currently have. However, at this particular point in time, I am willing to support this with the expectation that there is growth. And it's my understanding that there is a partnership, I believe it's through Ohio State University, that will help kind of keep the tracking of student progress make it more live and in real time versus spreadsheets and that kind of stuff. So I too had concerns, but I think because of the commitment the board has made to move the needle on reading and literacy, at this particular point, I would hate to abandon this program at this stage without giving it another year to see if the needle really moves. That's just where I am.
Vice Chair Coker.
Through the chair, either to Dr. Green or Ms. Renfro, can you give us a little bit of an overview of the type of student that's involved in this program? From a data perspective, why are the students that are selected in the program?
Through the board chair to Vice Chair Coker. So the students that are identified range from previous FSA level, which is what we used last year, of a 1.1 to up to 3.1. So these are some of your students that need interventions the most.
Through the chair, give a little bit better descriptor for the common public that's listening to this conversation. Are these children proficient or no?
So the children that are identified, if you're level 1, the predictor would be approximately 2 years below grade level.
Mm-hmm.
So it ranges either a level 3 based on FSA level descriptors is a partial demonstration of mastery
Mm-hmm.
to proficiency. So we're identifying students in great need to students that are within a year behind in their current grade level for reading proficiency in terms of reading comprehension.
Okay, through the chair, I just think it's important to make sure that we know that we're talking about some of the most fragile youth in our district that are in this program, and so moving the needle is incredibly hard with these children. I actually concur in many ways with my colleague here in regards to the data are not overly compelling right now, but this is a brand new program, and like Board Member Hershey, I do feel like we have to give it time, and we also have to recognize and respect that this program is again dealing with some of our most fragile youth. I want to go on record, though, as a reminder, too, Ohio State is supposed to be coming in to partner because of the data analytics and make sure that it's there. But during board workshop, I also charged the district with making sure that they had that data as well so that we can be nimble and adaptable throughout the program and not relying on Ohio to get us data when we need to move quickly and fast. So I want to make sure I restate that as well. And like Board Member Hershey, I'll be supporting this item because I think we've got to give it time to scale it out. Although, again, the results from last year are concerning, and we've got to grow it.
Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, the contract that we had with them last year, through the chair, Dr. Green, when was that approved?
Through the chair to Board Member Jones, it was either November or December. They did not start until the second semester last year.
And that's my concern. The results that we've shown, that they've shown, is just for the second semester. It's not a full year. I'm anxious to see, and I share Board Member Joyce's concerns about the cost, but it's just one tool in that toolbox we have to try to move our students academically so that they can read at grade level by fifth grade, because they're not doing it yet. So I think this is a good program, a good effort, and we need to give them time to show or demonstrate that they can move the needle and have that full year of work to determine where we are. So I will be supporting it also. Thank you.
Just to follow up, I pulled the item that we voted on in December, and it specifically says that services would take place 4 days a week, each week, from December the 21st to April the 22nd, December of 2021 to April of 2022. So they provided the services in the time frame they said they were going to provide the services. And the data, again, is very, very weak. So we approved a half a year. So it wasn't like, we just got it half. This is what we approved and this is what we paid for. And the results does not, to me, indicate that we should spend this amount of money on a tutoring service, when in fact we have other tutoring services available to us through the district. And some of these tutoring services are providing services to us for no charge. I mean, I just feel like we are spending an incredible amount of money. I'm not sure we're getting the bang for our buck, and that's why I brought it to the board tonight.
Board Member Anderson.
Thank you.
It does seem off.
I appreciate the clarification on when the contract was passed last year. Dr. Green, through the chair, we are looking at 14 weeks or maybe about 4 months. Last year, these services were provided. What are we looking at this year?
Through the chair, if this contract is approved, we would be adding about at least 5 more additional weeks than we did last year. However, in the contract, we stated that 4 days a week, attendance became an issue, so we're doing it longer, but 3 days a week where students are more likely to improve their attendance.
So hopefully we'll see more engagement over a longer period of time.
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, yes.
I'm also interested in what brought this to us last year and what source we're using to fund this particular initiative.
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, part of the ESSER, which that is how this is funded, through ESSER funding, was one of the recommendations of districts implementing either summer school or tutoring programs. We did both. We have spent close to $20 million on summer school which is done through the months of June and July. And we have a number of tutoring programs, but all of those programs are either paid out of ESSER or SAI dollars. So we have a tutoring program with retired teachers that is paid for out of ESSER. We have tutoring programs that is with we pay our teachers to do tutoring, especially at the secondary level, they are paid. We have tutoring program with communities and schools where they work with city year. So we are already paying for those programs with those two with either Title I or specific grants, and part of that, they provide tutoring. So yes, we have a number of tutoring programs.
So just for clarity or to repeat your explanation, based on COVID and concerns related to learning loss, the federal government provided funding, stimulus money, and they made suggestions about how we should or could use that money. And this partnership was an additional layer to help utilize those ESSER dollars to ensure that our students were getting caught up.
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, yes. The federal government provide ESSER, and our state requires 20% of ESSER to be spent on learning loss for students that may be exhibiting learning loss. And there were a number of recommendations, and we pretty much use every recommendation, as far as I can tell.
We have been drawing down those dollars. I have one more question about the tutors themselves that are providing the services for the fourth graders. I can see here in our summary here, but can you tell us a little bit about the improvements or increases we saw for the tutors themselves?
Yes, our tutors are high school students. They can apply from any high school, I say high school all the way up to college. We have a number of freshmen who were tutored, they're freshmen this year in college, and they want to continue to participate. But these are average students that have been trained. They go through an extensive amount of training through Read USA using a specific curriculum, and it's not the tutoring such as helping you with your homework. This tutoring is very specific to the reading process, and the vast majority of the students are students who have not mastered the reading process, and the tutoring is focused on that. But it is also supervised from our educators. We have lead educators who support those students while they are working with the fourth graders.
I appreciate that. One of the things that I was really excited about was to look and see how we saw increases among the tutors themselves going up in their comprehension and their test scores. I think it's also great that we are able to take our young people and give them a paid job, that they're able to take those dollars and be industrious and put that back into our community. Give them a sense of responsibility. I know that we've heard several anecdotal reports of those young people maybe being inspired to become educators, and we know that in a field that is struggling with a shortage, we welcome anyone that wants to come back and be an educator. I think it's important that we know that this isn't homework help tutoring, that this is tutoring and literacy, and we know that that is a critical need for our district and something that we have prioritized spending. So I'm grateful for the additional ESSER dollars that we have to invest here because it just helps the other places where we are investing in literacy. And so I'm happy to support it. I'm really looking forward to seeing the new data that we'll get as a result of the partnership with Ohio State and being able to track this out over time. And I think I would be remiss to not point out that I really don't believe that this has anything to do with the amount of this contract. This money was provided to support tutoring specifically for COVID. We have heard several times over the course of many, many months now, specific comments about Read USA and their programming and what it is that they're teaching or what belief systems they foster or espouse. And I think that it's unfortunate because I think what we have here is a homegrown community organization that just wants to see kids in our community be literate. Yes, they want to foster an inclusive atmosphere, and they want to make sure that all kids, regardless of their race or their zip code or their religion or their ability are able to be seen and educated and can read and feel like they will become lifelong learners. And I think that that's really what this is more about, and not about the dollar amount here. And so I'm sorry to Read USA that you have to continue to sit meeting after meeting and hear some of these kind of silly conversations, because the work you're doing is admirable and I appreciate it. So I'm happy to support it.
Board Member Pearson, then Board Member Hershey.
I wasn't going to speak because we had this conversation in workshop, but I'll just repeat my reasons for supporting this program for another year, or actually for a whole year. I would expect that the results for a population of fourth grade students who range from 1 to 3 years below grade level reading would not be as high as the whole population of fourth graders when compared. I like very much about this program that it not only impacts fourth grade students who have need in extra literacy help, but also, as Board Member Anderson pointed out, the high school students who have been trained and hired to work with these students. I think that is a double bang for our buck. And 11 of those 15 bucks are coming from Kids Hope Alliance, from what I read in the information that was provided. I am hopeful, because I am a board member who almost every meeting, it seems like, is reminding our community that we have openings for paras and teachers and others to come in. And and I'll speak a little bit about our state platform at the end of the meeting. But I am hopeful. I also talk about vision a lot. I am hopeful that participation among our tutors and maybe even the fourth graders in this program will result in young adults who want to join us as paras and teachers and others involved in education, because we need young people who want to be involved in education careers. And I tried to pull it up, but I didn't have the code. But from what I remember, at least from looking at the one school that I have in District 3, is that participation in this program also, there was a correlation with improved attendance. And that's another initiative of our board that we've been talking about. We say that it is, not possible to teach students who aren't in class. And so I think a program that has a positive correlation with increased attendance is also another double bang for our buck when it comes to investing in a program. And so for those reasons, I think that it is worth giving this program a full year and evaluating as we go, and then evaluating before we would renew it for the next year.
Thank you. Board Member Hershey.
Thank you. If anybody has ever done any work with dropout prevention, any work with communities and schools or the Kids Hope Alliance, something that you will hear is students drift out before they drop out. And the reason they drift out is oftentimes because they are having problems with reading. And that's why I think this initiative and this partnership is very important. I also wanted to add, it's my understanding, and Dr. Green touched on it, but I was wondering if you could give the board and the public some more information, that the training is so specific and specialized that it's not like you're sitting down and just reading with a student, like you're reading to your child. It is a program that does have an expense in its training and the material. Is that correct? I mean, it is you've got to get a skill set, and I think that's part of the reason students are then paid for this, is because you're not just sitting down saying, let's just read a book. Is that understanding correct?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, that is correct.
Can you tell us what what the training program is? Are you familiar with?
Yes. Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, and I'm going to speak in sort of layman's terms. It is kind of based on small group instruction, even though they are really working one-on-one with students. They train them on how to address a piece of text, which more than likely they are leveled. These are leveled books. So they use the Pontus and Fennell philosophy on leveling books, which that gets a little real technical. But anyway, they teach the children how to do word study, so helping with vocabulary. If they're struggling with phonemic awareness, the phonics, the whole word study takes students through that process. Then once they work through word study, they are engaged in text, helping students understand how to address the text. Once they are addressing the text, if they have made progress, then they get into comprehension, helping students to understand what they are reading. But it is a very high level of training that actual teachers would receive in providing instruction, especially either one-on-one or small group instruction.
And I appreciate that, because the point is even though I can read and, I don't think that I could just go in and say, hey, I want a tutor. I would have to take training in order to be able to do it. And I think that that's important to remember as well. And it's also my understanding through the chair to Dr. Green that we do have some teachers who are able to learn and then take this back to their school.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, yes, teachers are part of the tutoring process. There's a supervising teacher that works with the students. They're there to ensure that the students are instructing correctly. Students, if they forget a step, that teacher can step in and support them. But what I have gotten through conversations, whether it is with Ms. Renfro or Dr. Kelly, the students really take this very seriously. Many of them practice and they do their lesson plans prior to the students arriving so that they are fully prepared when the children come in. Anecdotally, we see the children look up to these high school students. These high school students said, well, one day I might be a teacher. And then we have to remind them, but there's 20 of them, at least 20 more, just not that one. Add 20 to the group or up to 25. But these students do take this seriously. This is not something that they would think, oh, I can just do it haphazardly. No, they are evaluated, and if they don't pass, that teacher feeling like they're not doing the job, then they will lose their job.
I appreciate that. I thought I recently heard, just one more thing, I thought I recently heard that there was an effort with Read USA to help students who had expressed an interest in education to pursue that. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, yes.
Thank you.
Board Member Joyce.
Thank you. I am going to have to say, Board Member Anderson, your analysis is completely incorrect. Everyone on the dais knows that I am very fiscally conservative. I am the fiscal conservative watchdog on the board, and I have voted that way many, many times. And so your analysis is incorrect. And we had a follow-up email sent by the board, by Dr. Green, to do a breakdown of the anticipated costs for the program. So I'm going to go through the anticipated cost of the program, and if anybody wants to take note, you're welcome to do that. Tutor pay, part-time, 201 students, $154,000, over $154,000, I'm just going to round it. Teacher pay, $141,000 for 24 teachers. Lead teacher pay, 12 teachers, $134,000. Tutor coordinator pay, 6 for $40,000. Aftercare teacher pay, 12 for over $50,000. Assessor pay, 30 of these people for $66,000. Read USA tutoring staff and contracted workers, instructional and support, $121,000, but there's no number of the quantity there. Contract management includes but not limited to HR, payroll, accounting, background checks, movers, $63,000. Tutor, teacher, and assessor training, $72,000. Daily tutor and student transportation, $245,000. Assessments, over $6,000. Curriculum for this program, over $100,000. Technology for this program, which includes tablets and printers and laptops and software and programs, $24,000, and data analysis and reporting, $30,000. To me, for the results that we received and what we are paying, again, I don't feel like the bang is worth the buck. And that's why I pulled it. I wanted to discuss it, and I'm going to vote no.
Thank you. Other thoughts as we move on? I'll just say that dynamic organizations always layer support and priorities. And that's essentially what we always have to do, is layer our support. So this isn't the only support that these students are getting. This is going to be layered. They're going to get support from their teacher and all these other pieces. And I'm sure we can talk about that a lot. The other piece about this, which I think is interesting, oftentimes when we get these contracts, it's very specific. I know Board Member Jones and I get a lot of our schools that are focus areas. This actually spreads it out because we understand that there's students who are lower performing across our whole district. So I think it's really important that we're focusing in and making sure we find those students and we're targeting them, and that's what's happening here. In addition to that, I think what this program does as well is it layers those priorities. We talked about truancy already. This supports that. We talked about earlier in my presentation, Duval Ready. This would be an entity that, hey, you now have a job that you can actually put in to help complete your seal. So there's all these layers of support. In a dynamic organization, you have to be able to put those in place and understand that. And I think that's what this does. And with only 4 months of being able to do that, we need to see a more elongated view of what we can do, in my opinion. So we're going to go ahead and, if there's no further discussion, I think we've had plenty of discussion at this point. We're going to go ahead and call for your vote on this. And I think we're good on, we'll need a hand vote. Okay. We'll have to do a hand vote for this. So once again, let me read the recommendation. That the Duval County School Board approve the agreement with Read USA, the amount of this is right, 1.1328843.39. The Duval County School Board authorizes the chairman, vice chairman, and superintendent to execute agreement contingent upon approval by the Office of General Counsel. All those in favor show by hand of vote. Yay. All opposed? By your action, you have approved this item 6-1. Now moving on to item number 5, and I will have Dr. Green read your recommendation.
I recommend that the Duval County School Board approve the contract amendment with Educational Directions LLC for $125,000 for a total not to exceed amount of $200,000 for the academic year.
Thank you. Ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Anderson, second by Board Member Jones. Now I'll call on Board Member Joyce, who has pulled this item for discussion. Please speak
Yeah.
first.
Item 5, amendment to agreements with Educational Directives Incorporated. Is that the item?
Correct.
Because
Correct.
the amount was $1,100,000.
Through
She didn't read the whole.
Did I-
the chair, I thought it was about education direction,
Yeah.
so I only read that one. I need to read all the parts, so if it's all about the entire document, then I need to read all the rest. I'm sorry.
Okay, proceed.
Through the chair, I recommend that the Duval County School Board approve the contract amendment with Educational Directions LLC for $125,000 for a total not to exceed amount of $200,000 for the academic year. Number 2, that the Duval County School Board approve the contract amendment with MGT of America Consulting LLC for $425,000 for a total not to exceed amount of $500,000. Number 3, that the Duval County School Board approve the contract amendment with Turnaround Solutions Incorporated, $325,000 for a total not to exceed $400,000.
All right. so let me go back and do another.
I need to move approval.
Let's ask for a motion on that. Moved by Board Member Pearson, second by Vice Chair Coker. Now we're on to discussion. Board Member Joyce.
Yes. Normally, when we come before a vote, we have our IBEA do an agenda review just to make sure the funds are available for the item. I think it was at 6:16 tonight, she sent us an email for this particular item that said the funds were not verified. So before voting on it, I would just like to ask the district, so through the chair to the superintendent, can you explain why these funds aren't available at this time?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, I believe that email came to this evening. These funds are in each school's Title I funding. They're coming from each individual school. I do not know how your internal auditor reviews when it's coming directly from the school, but those funds are in their accounts.
Okay. Before voting on it, I just wanted to verify. Thank you.
Other thoughts, discussion? Board Member Hershey.
I was just wondering, through the chair to Dr. Green, if you could share, just remind the board and share with the public why we even need to hire an outside operator for turnaround schools.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, we had 10 schools prior to this past year that were in state turnaround, and the district, through a lot of hard work from a lot of team members, helped all those schools come out of state turnaround. We know that the standards have changed. We are now under a whole new assessment, and this first year it is based solely on proficiency, and we wanted to provide additional support for schools. Some of them are not even a C or D. There are schools listed here that are C-rated schools, but we know in the past they've been higher rated, and we want to give this additional support. We have over 157 schools, and the district level support can get spread thin, trying to ensure support for all schools. But we have 10 schools that we feel need additional support. Either this year was the first time they had a level D rating, first time they've ever dropped that low, or it's the first time they've been a C, and they've been normally an A or B rated school. And so we wanted to bring in another set of eyes. We're not required to hire external operators because we have no schools that meet that criteria anymore. But just again, I think it was mentioned, layer of support, trying to give as much support to our schools that are fragile. Either they were once high performing and now they're at an average level of performance, or they were at an average level performance and they've fallen a little bit below that. And we really want to have that additional support.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Board Member Hershey, and that answer, Dr. Green. Other thoughts or questions on this item? I know this item comes up a great deal, and I know principals oftentimes come and say, we had all the support, and then there was a cliff year or whatnot, and this is sort of a way to ensure, both be proactive, to say we don't want schools to slip down and dip down, but also make sure we're doing what we can to support our teachers and our schools and our staffs there. So thank you for that clarification on that, and thank you for bringing it to ensure that there were funds available. And two, the reason why that was brought up, we do have an internal board auditor, so for the public, so we are always looking at finances to understand where we are, and I think it's always a great checks and balances that we have both up here. So thank you for that. And all right, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to call for your vote on this recommendation for agreements with educational directions. All those in favor signal by hand vote of yes. All those opposed? All right. By your action, you have approved this item 7-0. Now we're moving on to item number 10, which is minimum qualifications. I'll go ahead and send that over to Dr. Green. What is your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board approve the minimal qualifications for the position supervisor, school safety compliance.
I'll ask for a motion.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Vice Chair Coker, second by Board Member Jones. And we'll call on Board Member Joyce. to school
Thank you
board.
very much. Again, when we had the board agenda reviewed for this item, I think there was some very robust discussion around the need for this position in the district. Since then, I appreciate the follow-up today that you sent Dr. Green to the board. I've done some of my own research, and I've got a couple of questions. So, through the chair, to Dr. Green, this position, can you explain how this position will function underneath Chief Burton, first of all?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, the supervisor of school safety compliance, this individual will be ensuring that the compliance with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas legislation, that school police level of responsibility, that this person will ensure that they are meeting all of those targets. School police has the requirement of evaluating every single school facility in the school district. It's required to go through that facility audit. Along with facilities, they have to partner with JSO, the beaches police. That is a mammoth job that school police does every year. And there is no one who goes back to say, oh, but you missed this. Or we spend a lot of time working with the schools. Our Chief Burton department spends a lot of time with the schools. But there's no one who sort of is the compliance officer who says, yes, everything in this document or all of the documentation is correct. Or you missed this portion of the evaluation. I do not see where the principal answered this question or that question. When we bring it to the board, it's thousands, it's about this thick, thousands of pages. Along with that was also evaluating police reports. When we notify law enforcement of what we think could possibly be considered a crime, an assessor incident, it is law enforcement's responsibility to determine, is that a crime that was committed or not? So they have to write an incident report or an offense report. If it's an offense report, there is the belief that a crime has committed and they are writing that report. That report is law enforcement's report. It is not the schools. The school's responsibility is that report has a corresponding CCR number. The school's responsibility is to enter that CCR number tied to the assessor reporting. That is what gets reported to Florida Department of Education. Law enforcement has their own reporting authority, the FDLE. That is not a school district reporting authority. It is a law enforcement reporting authority. This compliance officer will also ensure that those reports are in compliance. If we say this is what the school says is assessor event, did they write the appropriate report? Is it, if they don't think this was, they don't think, if this does not meet the criteria of a crime, then they still may have reason to write an incident report or an information report. Or is it an offense report? In the past, there was no one who went back to see, did these reports get written to the correct level of authority, whether it needed to be an incident report or an offense report. And then those reports are to be submitted to FDLE. There, in that grand jury, it stated that that possibility that was not happening. But that's not a school district reporting mechanism. I do not have access to the FDLE reporting. Only law enforcement has that reporting. So just like any sheriff department, police department, they have compliance people who determine to make sure that you are following the rules that are set forth by how you do reporting for law enforcement. So that is the basic purpose of this position. It is not just Cesar, the incident reports that law enforcement write, but it's also the FSAT and keeping up with all of those requirements. In addition, law enforcement, chief school police department is responsible for charter schools. They're responsible for charter school reporting. They're responsible for charter school incidents that happen on charter school campuses. That compliance person, there's nobody who really follows up with charter schools other than the chief of police, and that is Chief Burton, where Chief Burton is supposed to be concerned about all 205 campuses and his authority running the school police department. He needs a compliance officer to ensure our charter schools doing the same level of reporting that the traditional schools are required to report. And right now, other than checking, did you enter the information into the rafter system like our traditional schools are entering? That's the level of compliance, when it should be more than that. I can tell you there has been an incident that was on a charter school. I know for a fact law enforcement was notified, but I cannot today see where is that documented that law enforcement was notified. Can I go see it from chief? Yes, but his compliance officer needs to be in touch with the charter schools, because I'm not going to be the one in touch with the charter schools, because Chief Burton has the responsibility of monitoring and ensuring that charter schools are in compliance with Cesar and the FSAT and all the other requirements under the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Thank you for that. Couple follow-up questions. Number one, when in the past, I'm trying to understand, how all this works. So in the past, we have a position that's student discipline and services. So all of the referral information and everything comes to the person in that position. In my mind, it works out to, if they're transferring this information from the district side to the policing side of the district, should that information be accurately checked by the district side? If we're just talking about, what we are reporting to our police department, should that be checked? Accurate information given, or does that really just fall on the police force to verify that this is correct information?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, it is checked every month. We gave a letter to the board that was shared with the Department of Education when it was brought to my attention that the information wasn't correct. And at that time, I shared with the Department of Education that we would check our data monthly, and it is checked monthly and has been since 2019, the end of my first year. That's done by Student Services. Their job is to ensure, are our schools documenting Cesar? Are those Cesar reports being turned over to law enforcement? And are we notifying law enforcement? Not consulting with law enforcement, but notifying law enforcement. And if they are not notifying law enforcement, our system now is built that they can't go any further. The issue just remains open. And so at the end of that month, that is why someone comes back to that school and says, did you notify law enforcement? And if the answer is yes, then now someone on that department is going to talk to someone in Chief's department that says, we're still waiting for this report. Are you done with your investigation? What have you decided? But the school cannot close this out until you give them the corresponding CCR number to the report that law enforcement is supposed to write. So it stops to notifying law enforcement. That is where the district role ends. Once law enforcement has been notified, that is where school police picks up.
And I read in the statute that the assessor data is not a law enforcement reporting, the assessor data is not reported through a law enforcement system, that it's, the district, the administration is responsible for reporting assessor data. That's how I read the statute.
That is correct.
Okay.
Assessor
So-
data is FDLE data. Once law enforcement's been notified, their reports are FDLE data. We are FDLE, and school police, they are FDLE.
And so the problem comes, and I'm just telling you where my thought process is going. The problem comes in for me is we are, working with the Office of Safe Schools. We report to them, the district does, because the assessor data is district data. And so, number one, my first question in my mind is, are we putting if the position's approved, which I'm sure that it will be, are we putting it in the right bucket? Should it be an administrative, should it be under the purview of student services and discipline to make sure that this information is correct? Or does it really belong under Chief Burton's camp, number one? And then my second, I just want to make sure that we're doing everything, we're thinking through and we're doing everything right. And so there's another item coming up with this resolution, going and asking for outside opinion to come in and look through some of this data. And I just want to, maybe my question was, are we funding a position or creating a new position prematurely? We don't know exactly, we haven't had a robust conversation. We don't know what the outside agency is going to say. So I'm just wondering if this could be moved until we have some more information about it, where it should go, if it's really needed, and that's my thought process on this.
Through the chair, Ms. Joyce, I thought I heard a question in there. So you asked, is it in the right location? The answer is yes. We have someone that can support on the other side. We never had anyone on school police to say, who's your compliance person to make sure that they are doing their part of the whole reporting system? Because again, the school district only reports to the Florida Department of Education. Law enforcement reports to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE. When you see our assessor reports go to DOE, they're only looking for two things. What was the incident? Is it an assessor incident? And did you notify law enforcement? That's it, those two things. What happens on this side is not the school district does not have the authority to I won't say intervene, but does not have the authority to say, well, I think you should have written an offensive report instead of an incident report. It is under law enforcement, but they did not have someone whose job was to ensure, are we in compliance? We have someone on the school district side whose job is to check our reports every month to determine. Here's a perfect example. 2 months ago, we were checking our reports, and we had an elementary school reporting they had 30 batteries. Excuse me? You are a K through 2 school. You do not have 30 batteries. So that tells that person, someone's either their definitions, what are they doing? Something's not right that we have 30 batteries at a K2 elementary school. What they went and trained the assistant principal, hey, this is the definition for battery. You had 2 kindergartners, one hit the other one. That is not considered a battery. Read the definition. That would be inappropriate behavior or something else, but not for a kindergartner, should not be written up as assessor event. And I'm just using that as an example. So That is what the school district does every month now, is evaluate what's in the system and works with schools. And it can be the other way. We're at a school. Hey, you've even brought it up. Are you telling me you've had 0 fights this month? Let's have this conversation. Let's go through all of your reports. So it works both ways, whether we feel like a school, we think you're over-reporting, Cesar, because I just know this is not, we would know more information if these things were happening versus, or you're under-reporting.
Okay. My thought process is that I know that there's CESRA training. I've been to the Florida Department of Education, and so anyone can go and sign up, I guess, if you work for the school district, to have the CESRA training. My understanding was the district last year maybe asked the Florida Department of Education to come to administer that training to our deans and our assistant principals. So I just want to make sure that the moves that we're doing and if we're adding a position, that we've covered all of our bases and not just to do it. And so that's really why I wanted to bring this up. Again, at the end of the day, it seems to me that the training the district provides for the deans and for the APs, and then they're measuring this and looking through this, should be where this is all caught, not necessarily on the policing side of the district. But that's...
Through the chair to Ms. Joyce, the school district does not control reporting on law enforcement side. The only thing school district controls is notifying law enforcement. It is now up to law enforcement. If the school district notified that there was a battery at a school, it is up to school police to investigate that, determine, yes, a crime has been committed. And either they're going to say, I'm writing an offense report and I'm going to arrest said student. All of that is now in school police hands. And until the school gets the information back, they cannot close out they can't close out the event because they need a CCR number. That was the issue with the district, was that they were closing out events and not putting in a corresponding number that said law enforcement had done their part.
So if a school district does not have a policing agency, which we know many of them don't, if they don't have a policing agency, whose responsibility is it to report the CESR data to the Department of Education?
It is the school district's requirement to notify law enforcement, whether that is a district who has their own school police, or you don't, you have to notify your sheriff department or your police department. The school district still has the responsibility of notification. That is where the school district responsibility somewhat ends. It is now law enforcement that will come, make a determination, I'm going to write an information report, or I'm going to write an offense report, or I'm going to arrest the student for this situation.
Thank you for that. Other questions, comments, thoughts? Okay, I'm just going back to the meeting. I know Chief came and spoke to us. 2019 Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, you have to look at all the checks and balances and policies that are there. In addition to that, we've actually added schools. There's more charter schools now than there was in 2019. So it actually adds to that portfolio. So it's about capacity for me. If we want to make sure we're doing, following the guides and guidelines that we're getting, we have to make sure that we have capacity to be able to do it. And that's what this does. And that's only a piece of it. So if you look at the recommendation, there's also other pieces around assigning different folks, school visits, reviewing policies. So there's a number of other things beyond what we're talking about as well. So I think it's about a capacity piece. And I think at the end of the day, we're always about making sure we're keeping our students safe, but also making sure we're giving the right and appropriate information. Board Member Hershey.
I'm just going to share this now. After a recent Board of Education, Florida Board of Education meeting where their Safe Schools did a presentation. After that meeting, I spoke with Chancellor Oliva, who is the Senior Chancellor of the Florida Department of Education. And in that conversation, he was aware that we were exploring this position and thought it was a good direction. So for me, when he gave his nod, and that was good enough for me to think, okay, I'm going to support that. So I just wanted to share that I did have a conversation with Chancellor Oliva recently, and he was aware that this was in our pipeline, and I was glad to know that he was supportive. He seemed supportive of it and thought it was a step in the right direction for the district. So I would just like to put that on the table.
Excellent. Seeing and hearing no more discussion. The recommendation is that the Duval County School Board approve the minimum qualifications for the position supervisor school safety compliance. And I'll call for your vote. We'll need a hand vote, so all those in favor signal by saying aye with your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, by your action, you have approved this agenda item 7-0. Now we're moving on to item 28, which was originally pulled. I'll have Dr. Green read the recommendation. Oh, that's ours.
It's actually a board.
You can't read that.
Okay, well, now.
I know you wanted to. I was just in the rhythm.
Okay, I was gonna say.
She's happy to, but it's ours.
So, let's see. So, resolution of the school board regarding the 20th state wide grand jury, that Duval County School Board adopt the resolution 2023 to 205 regarding the 20th statewide grand jury. The Duval County School Board authorized the Office of General Counsel to engage the firm Sniffen, Spellman, PA, in an amount not to exceed $50,000. Go ahead and ask for a motion.
Approval.
Moved by, so moved. You? All right, Vice Chair Coker, second by Board Member Jones. I'm going to call on Vice Chair Coker. You pulled this item for discussion.
I did, thank you. And actually, I would have pulled it for consent with comments, but I believe that there are others that may want to speak to this item as well. So I pulled it for discussion for all members of the board to have that opportunity to weigh in on this item. I want to start, though, by thanking the board for entertaining discussion on this item at a recent board workshop. I want to also thank our Office of General Counsel for working with every individual board member, and particularly Board Member Hershey, who is always a wordsmith on resolutions as it relates to board work. I felt compelled to bring this topic to us, and I think it's important tonight that we make sure that we speak to this to the public. I want to review 2 dates in the process of discussing this item. First was on February 13th, 2019, Governor DeSantis petitioned the Florida Supreme Court to impanel a statewide grand jury for the purpose of investigating public school districts' adherence to the Marjorie Douglas High School Public Safety Act and related school safety initiatives. At that point, the grand jury was impaneled, and at that time, as in accordance with people that don't understand grand jury work, but when grand jury work happens, it happens in secret. We did not know what was going on with that grand jury, and it went on for quite some time. But on August 19th of 2022, so just a little over a couple months ago, the 20th statewide grand jury's presentment and final report were actually unsealed and made public. That was the first time that this board was able to actually read that document, at which point our board swiftly came into action in regards to how are we going to handle this. For me, my reason for wanting to hire an outside counsel for this rests on a couple of items. First off, there is a reality that Dr. Green has been doing her due diligence. We have gotten updates on much of the work and some changes that have occurred as a result of the grand jury report. And I applaud all of those items. She has an incredible staff that work with her to make that happen. There is a simple reality that we as a board have an internal board auditor and 3 assistants. But we are also charged in the grand jury report with making sure that we as a board take certain actions as well. The grand jury report was clear that the superintendent had to do certain things, but that we also are constitutionally charged with adhering to certain things and moving forward. Working with Office of General Counsel, there's the notion of you can't serve 2 masters in the legal community. there is a reality that the Office of General Counsel represents the district and the superintendent in many matters. And so to me, it made sense to work with the Office of General Counsel to determine, can we get outside counsel to come in and review the grand jury findings to determine, and I'll actually, I think it's best to read it from this item, and it look at the facts that gave rise to the grand jury report, the findings that were set forth in a September 22nd letter from the Office of Safe Schools, and to make recommendations concerning what action should be taken to address those concerns. As a board member, I am not interested in flying without good vision on this item, and I am not an attorney. I don't understand some of the legalese within that grand jury report, and I need counsel in order to make that happen. And so I brought this item so that we could consider hiring outside counsel to come in and just review those items. Let us know as a board, are there things we haven't done that we need to do, and also review the letter from the Safe Schools, make sure that everything is cogent and moving forward in regards to that as well. I will say, in keeping with Board Member Joyce on some items on fiscal being conservative there, you will see that the item is capped with a specific dollar amount. So they can't continue to run a bill up on us. That won't happen. I do want to make sure that everyone understands that we're hiring counsel to advise the board, not the superintendent. There's a reality. When I was growing up, my dad taught me one thing: trust but verify. Trust but verify. I trust the superintendent has done a lot of good work in this area. I just need an additional person to come in that has the expertise to verify that everything is headed in the right direction and we're where we need to be. And with that, I will say, I'm going to quote Board Member Joyce. She just said something else. I'm just thinking through and making sure that we're doing everything right. This is my strategy for making sure that we're thinking through as it relates to the grand jury report and doing everything right. Because whether you agree with the report or not is irrelevant. It is a legal document, and we have actions that we must take as a board. And with that, I'll conclude.
Thank you for that. I'll go down to Board Member Jones, then come to Board Member Joyce.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly support this effort. I think it's needed. I think we're being responsible in our duties as board members to follow up with the grand jury presentment. I think hiring outside counsel shows that the separation of independence is an outside source, gives it more credibility than if we had OGC can't do it anyway because they represent the board. So I think this is a wise step. I had two concerns. One is it mentions a preliminary report that's due by Monday, November the 14th. I think that may be a little bit ambitious, but hopefully they can. And then secondly, when is a final report would be due? Is there a deadline for that to be done? And if they need more funding, then it would have to come back to this board for approval for an additional funding. Is that correct? I guess that would be to Mr. Poole.
Yes, sir, through the chair. Yes, I think the idea would be for them to do the preliminary report with a final report being probably within a week or 2 weeks after that. That is certainly what I would envision.
Okay. And I think I like the tenor of the engagement. We're not blaming anyone. We're looking forward. We're saying that if the presentment is accurate, and if we haven't corrected all the items identified in that presentment, then they will identify those concerns and how we can eliminate them going forward. I think that's the proper approach to take at this point in time. What has happened has happened, and we're trying to get it behind us as quickly as possible, legally behind us. So I just thank Board Member Corker Daniels for this resolution. I think it puts us in a good, positive position to move forward.
For that, Board Member, before I move on, you mentioned some dates. Are you good with the language that's currently here?
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Joyce.
I have a little concern about the number 4, when we talk about the funding for this, it shall not exceed the sum of $50,000 unless expressly authorized by the Duval County Board Chair. I would prefer that if there's any other monies that's going to be spent on this item, that it would come back before the full board.
I would second that if that's a motion.
Do you want to put that into motion?
Yes. So I would like to make a motion to adjust the language to say that it has to come back before the full board.
Second.
Motion is, it's motion and seconded. Motion by Board Member Joyce, second by Board Member Hershey. Any discussion? Yep, on the amendment, on the adjustment with the language of changing it from board chair to the full board, is what, if I'm assuming that correctly.
Just for clarity, we're going to strike the word chair.
Yes.
So we read unless expressly authorized by the Duval County School Board, period. Striking the word chair. Any other thoughts, discussion? We'll do,
I have one more question.
okay.
So through the.
Gotta vote on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, yep. So let's vote on the amendment, and we're going to do a hand vote for the adjustment with a striking chair, and it would read in that number 4, unless expressly authorized by the Duval County School Board. All those in favor of that amendment, show by raise of hand. All right. By your action, you have approved that 7-0. Now we're back on the floor for discussion for the general as amended. So the resolution as amended. Other comments? Back to you, Board Member Jones.
This is just through the chair to Mr. Poole. Item number 3 stated that each member of the Duval County School Board will have the opportunity to meet separately with representatives to discuss its findings and recommendations. I'm wondering if there would be an opportunity for us to meet at the beginning of the engagement with the attorneys that will be doing the research, so they can sort of field the questions the board members are probably thinking about as we go into this investigation before they tell us what they find.
And through the chair, I've known Mr. Sniffen for 25 years. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to do whatever you would like to do.
Okay, so that doesn't need to
I don't
be,
see
the
any
language
problem.
does not need to be changed.
No.
Okay.
All right, so underneath 3, that we don't need to get into the nuance of that, but that can happen, and we can still do that. Other, Board Member Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair, to Dr. Green, would you tell the public, remind us, the board, what adjustments or changes or what actions has the district taken as a result of the final grand jury report?
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, part of the grand jury report indicates that we self-reported in 2019. That was the end of my first year. That our assessor reporting was not correct. When that information came to me, we wrote a letter to the Department of Education indicating this information is not correct. I put down sort of like a 10-point bulletin, what we will do to fix this. Part of that was, again, evaluating assessor reporting monthly. I'm sure they won't say this, but now it's required monthly. So all districts have to do it every month. We were doing it since 2019. Another part was that we would develop an MOU with JSO, our Beaches Police, on reporting, and that if we report to JSO, they had to provide a report for a school for notification of law enforcement. We changed our code of conduct book to ensure that it was very clear when school-based employees needed to notify law enforcement. And when I say school-based, it's the individual responsible for discipline. We also added the collaboration with the Department of Education, requesting that they come and train all of our administrators who administer discipline. And we requested, after doing everything in the letter, we requested from DOE to please come audit us. Please come tell us, are we doing this correctly? Tell us if you feel like we need to make changes. They came, but when they presented to us, they felt like we were in compliance, that we were doing well, and they decided, oh, but we want to look at other things. So they looked at our behavior threat management, and they looked at how we work with charter schools. And it was soon after that trip that they came here and audited that the district received the final grand jury report. In that report, it stated that they weren't sure the district was still reporting CESR reporting correctly. That was based on what happened in 2019. DOE sent us a letter saying that same statement that was in the grand jury report. DOE came a second time and evaluated and sent us our final letter that said we had one finding, that they felt that we may be underreporting gang-related activity. And that's the only, out of 30-some-odd CESR reports or incidents that could possibly be reported, that was the only one they felt that the district did not provide at least sufficient proof that we were reporting correctly, or that they have evidence that we're underreporting. So it is basically us figuring out, well, what is your evidence other than because of crime that happens in Jacksonville that we're underreporting gang activity. So from that, we asked Chief to go back and readdress in our MOU with JSO, the Beaches Police, to have a strong, and meeting with the state's attorney's office, strong collaboration about gang-related activity. Again, it is law enforcement that has to tell the school this is gang-related, not the school determining is this gang-related. And so that MOU is in the process of, it kind of is in the MOU, but it's not explicit. And so we've asked Chief to make sure that that is explicit in the MOU with our law enforcement agencies. So even school police can get support from JSO or the Beaches Police about what could be considered gang-related activity. In addition, we have stopped using what was infamously known as the shortcut. It was basically a one-pager front and back that kind of listed all the CESR events and which were reportable to law enforcement and which were not. There seemed to have been an error on that shortcut, even though the district had been using that document since 2012. So that document is gone. The authority document is the code of conduct, and that's why we made it so explicit what CESR events require notification to law enforcement. We have made a change in Department of Student Services. One, to just have someone who has more experience with very detailed processes. CESR reporting is detailed in understanding the definitions along with the events and making sure that that also corresponds with what our code of conduct says, reporting to law enforcement. And it is just an opportunity to be even, I don't want to say better, because if you, at the last workshop I shared with the board, the last 3 years of our CESR reporting, either we are higher than the state average or we are right at the state average. So we are on track of how we're supposed to be reporting. This is just about dotting every I, crossing every T, and making sure that Duval will will not be a district that is ever being thought of as not reporting this correctly, that Duval should be looked at as a model. One other thing is one of our principals has been selected to serve on the statewide CESR, so now they're reviewing the CESR reporting. Dr. Gregory Bostick will be serving on that committee, and you will be voting on an item this evening that I am serving on, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Behavior Assessment State Committee. So we are engaging ourselves with the Department of Education, whether it's CESR or anything related to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and also Chief Burton has been selected to serve on a state committee as it relates to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
I appreciate that thorough review of all of the efforts that you all have made. I know we'll be looking at policy tonight. We've talked about this additional position with our law enforcement, and so I know that we are doing everything that we can to ensure that the allegations made are taken very, very seriously, but more importantly than that, that our students and our families and our communities know that Duval County Public Schools is a safe place to send your kids, and that our students feel safe when they walk into our buildings. My next question about the resolution is related to this particular firm. Mr. Poole, can you tell us why this particular firm is the recommendation in this resolution?
I'll be happy to, through the chair. And for those in the audience who, I know you all know this, but for those in the audience who don't know, my background, I was in private practice until January of this year. And so my background was in a labor and employment firm as a partner in a national firm, and we represented management side in local government. I knew Rob Sniffen because he did the same thing. And so I knew Rob Sniffen, I guess, back in the late 90s. We met when I was in Tallahassee. So I've known him for many years. He was the former chair of the Florida Bar's Labor and Employment Law section. And his firm over the years has grown exponentially. But they represent a lot of school districts across North Florida, both in IDEA matters for ESE issues, as well as labor and employment. So they are very well versed when it comes to school districts and their operation. As a labor and employment attorney, it's been my experience over the decades I've done it, that it's not unusual at all to have a third-party outsider do an investigation whenever there's an allegation of this sort. And so the fact that he's outside of Jacksonville altogether, in the Panhandle in Tallahassee, combined with what I know about him and his firm, and I think, in fact, one of the partners in that firm was former general counsel for the Department of Education when Rick Scott was the governor. So they have a wealth of knowledge in this area. I personally know Rob Sniffen and know about him as a lawyer and his character. And so that's how he came up in his firm.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll just be transparent. I'm not sure that this is something we really need. I understand the board's desire to want to have the extra layer of protection and to make sure that we're double checking, crossing T's and dotting I's, and there's no additional liability, and we've had a third-party review and someone from, and I get all of that. I just think that we have taken a lot of steps as a district to ensure that if there was any, practice that wasn't working, that has been changed and adjusted. And so I think at this point it would be just kind of a matter of show. So I'm not sure that I feel convinced that this is something we need.
Other thoughts, discussion?
Are you going around? I thought you were going around the.
I can.
Talk. Ms. Pearson, yeah.
It's my turn.
It doesn't have to.
It doesn't have to be, but why not? I kind of feel like if we're getting folksy father advice tonight, I kind of feel like we're darned if we do and darned if we don't on this situation. If we do, then we take criticism for hiring outside counsel and using up to $50,000 that could be used somewhere else in a classroom or somewhere. Of course, categorical spending may not work out that way. But, and then if we don't, then we could be accused of creating an echo chamber where our internal counsel presents a favorable report to make the district look good. Not that I'm accusing Mr. Poole of that. So I say, weighing those two things out, I say we err on the side of caution. And especially given the climate that we're in where there is precedent that board members have been removed and replaced, I say we do, we go to the height of what we can do to demonstrate our sincerity and effort in making sure that we are doing our due diligence to do all that we can and should be doing.
Thank you, Board Member Pearson. Board Member Hershey.
You know, I have something to say. I just also would like to follow up on something that Mr. Poole commented on, and just to remind the board and the public that in order for the board to get counsel other than OGC, because we are a consolidated government, OGC has to give us permission to do that. And not to put words into Mr. Poole's mouth, but a part of his explanation to Board Member Anderson is the law firm that's recommended, in spite of the fact that Mr. Poole expressed his knowledge and background, would not have been granted if OGC across the river did not say okay. And it's my understanding from conversation with Mr. Poole that the Office of OGC, once the presentment came out and the 121-page report came out, that they too agreed that it would be in the best interest of the board to get outside counsel. I already let the cat out of the bag and told you that I spoke with Chancellor Oliva recently. In that conversation with him, I shared with him that a resolution was in the works and what that resolution was going to be. He said, I think that's a great idea. And he said that he thought it was a good idea for many reasons. One, due diligence of the board, and the other is to ensure that we are complying with the Office of Safe Schools as well as the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act. And so I just want to put that out there. And I also want to clarify, because I don't know if everybody's read the 16-page report and the 121-page report. So for those of you who have not, I'm going to paraphrase from the 121-page report where Duval County has just a paragraph. We have a lot in the presentment. But in the 121-page report, there's one sentence to me that really challenges the board for a call to action. And that says that that this report, the grand jury encourages Duval County to review and determine if more needs to be done. And that to me is the accountability and the call to action. And it says even without additional charges. And that is what we have to do. Going back, I appreciate the fact that Dr. Green has taken the steps that she has taken. She immediately responded in 2019. I had the opportunity to have a conversation with Sheriff Gaultier, who was heading up the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, what was that at that time? It was a panel or safety commission, and we were on the radar then. And Dr. Green took steps, but it's been an ongoing issue, and we now have Chief Burton in place. There have been some personnel changes within the department, but we have a responsibility from this document, this 121-page document, to ensure, to review and to determine if more needs to be done, and that is the reason that I support this resolution.
Yes, we'll come back. Go ahead. Board Member Anderson.
I appreciate that. It makes me a little sad, I have to admit. Board Member Pearson brought up the removal of board members from other counties, that we are just in this place, this culture of fear, of liability and litigation, because it's happening on the backs of taxpayers. So every time we create this fear, it costs money, and we're trying to cross T's and dot I's. I get it. I appreciate the point you made about the sentence, that one specific sentence from the grand jury report. I just don't think we've seen the end of it. I think we're going to continue to see more and more of this pressure of fear of liability and fear of litigation that will end up costing us money, a lot of money, unfortunately, because of mistrust. And I'm sad for our community as a state, and for the amount of money that it's going to cost in taxes to continue to cover all of these. It's not just this issue. It's just, over and over again, we see this culture.
Thank you. Board Member Jones.
Yeah. I agree with Board Member Anderson. I think it's regrettable that we're in this position. At the same token, I would like to see some finality to it. I just don't think that we're going. I mean, something else may come up, but at least we can get this behind us, and the public will have some assurance that hey, they had a third party look at it, and they're saying that everything is clear. We don't know what they will find. Hopefully, they won't find anything. The term gang activity or expression, that changes. I mean, you go to JSO today and they're saying, well, the red bandana is part of gang activity. Tomorrow it's the blue ones. So that's something that's so movable that it's hard to identify. But I think having OGC recommend this firm and we add some finality to this issue, I think would be good for us, but also for this community. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion on this item, this resolution? Let me, before we move on, I'm just going to read the now there be resolved, because there is some changes in here. So from that point, now there be resolved, the School Board of Duval County, Florida, in a public meeting duly called and assembled. One, the Duval County School District shall engage the law firm Sniffen and Spellman, PA, in Tallahassee, Florida, to review the facts given the rise of 2020 state grand jury's concerns set forth in its presentment and final report, as well as the facts given rise to the Department of Education Office of Safe Schools findings set forth its September 22nd letter, and to make recommendations concerning what action should be taken to address those concerns. The Office of General Counsel has approved the hiring of an outside law firm to conduct the review, and the Chief of Legal Services for the Duval County School District has recommended the law firm of Sniffen and Spellman, PA, for that purpose. 2, Sniffen and Spellman, PA, shall render a preliminary report with its findings and recommendations to the Duval County Board no later than Monday, November 14, 2022. 3, each member of the Duval County School Board shall have an opportunity to meet separately with representatives from Sniffen and Spellman, PA, to discuss its findings and recommendations. 4, the cost of the review described in the foregoing paragraph shall not exceed the sum of $50,000, parent $50,000, unless expressly authorized by the Duval County School Board, period. So now that we have discussed and we have this motion, I'll ask for your vote on the resolution as amended. And we need to do a hand vote. So all those in favor, resolution as amended, signal by a hand raise. All those opposed? All right, by your action, you have approved this resolution as amended, 7-0. Now moving on to Chief of Staff section, public hearing and vote revisions to Chapter 8 Board Policy. that the Duval County School Board conduct a public hearing and adopt the recommended revisions to the following policies in School Board Manual, Chapter 8, Policy 8.09, School Safety Monitoring, Chapter 8.96, Critical Incident and Preparedness. Open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? All right, close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Anderson,
Second.
second by Vice Chair Coker. Are there any board members who wish to speak to 8.09 or 8.96? Hearing and seeing none. We're good in the system. All right, hearing and seeing none, we'll call for your vote. By your action, you have approved this item 7-0. Now moving on, public hearing and vote revisions to Chapter 9 Board Policy. That Duval County School Board conduct a public hearing and adopt the recommended revisions to the following policy in School Board Manual, Chapter 9, Policy 9.66, Sales Oversight Committee. Now open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Come forward, Mr. Miller. State your name just for fun.
My name is Tim Miller. The changes in here, I think it's 3D4, are better, but it says any member who fails to attend 3 of the committee meetings without just cause automatically removed. Okay, that means they can miss 3 out of the 4 meetings in a year and still be on the board, right? They can miss half, I'm sorry, they can miss half of the meetings. You know, this is a lot of money we're talking about, you know, tremendous amount of money. We have the community support, we need to keep the community support. These people, I know they're high-level people, they're busy people, but they've made a commitment to be on this committee. They need to be at those meetings. So I'm concerned that they could miss half the meetings. It's only for a year. It's not a huge deal, you know. We're here 12 months, 12 meetings a year. So I think that needs to be looked at. It's better because it's not consecutive meetings, but these people made a commitment, so they really need to do this considering the amount of money that's at stake. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Anderson,
Second.
second by Vice Chair Coker. Any board members wishing to speak to this item?
I have a question.
Yes, Board Member Hershey.
Could we just, for the public, get a reason or explanation as to why this was brought? We have like 20-something people on the committee, and it's my understanding that it was hard to get a quorum, which is concerning to me, which makes me beg the question of, I'm curious as to, is there an organization that has a representative that hasn't been present, and should that organization continue to be represented? I just think it'd be good to remind the board and to share with the public the reason this change was brought to the board.
Is there, Dr.
To the chair, to Board Member Hershey, you sort of answered your own question. It's a large committee, and therefore you have to have a large number for a quorum to be present. I don't know that we can say one individual organization. That organization, they may show up that particular month, and then the next month, it's another organization whose person's not showing up. So I can't point and say, well, it's these 3 organizations that aren't. It is just that because how large the group is, it's very difficult to get a quorum. And I know that we made, not that we, I'm on the committee, but I'm a non-voting member. Changes were made to have a morning meeting and then an afternoon meeting. So those things have, because what we found in the beginning, the meetings during the day, that was hard for a lot of people to attend. So then they made the change of doing a morning and an afternoon. it still has been challenging to get enough people there to have a quorum.
Thank you for that. Board Member Jones.
Oh, thank you, through the chair. When we developed this list, we had a larger group than this, and we narrowed it down. And I'm just wondering, at a future review, we may want to look at some of the organizations that really don't have a real interest in the oversight of the sales tax. I mean, we pared it down. We wanted to be inclusive, but we didn't want it to be too large. And perhaps in talking with some of the members, perhaps it could be still too large, and that some organizations really don't have a sincere interest in following the half-penny referendum.
I appreciate that. One of the things about, there's a couple of things. It was more, they were meeting more than quarterly in the beginning too. So there was some trying to figure out, okay, we said you were going to meet quarterly, and then we're meeting more than that, but then the language didn't quite align. The other piece is, this is how someone would be removed. That does not mean that we're not going to encourage and give every opportunity for folks to attend as much as possible. Like Dr. Green stated, just adjusting the time period and making sure that they're trying to figure out when folks can meet. So this is just sort of that last resort of, hey, you've missed too many. Now we're going to have to make sure that we move in a different direction. So this is that, but at the end of the day, there's still encouragement to make sure folks are attending and adjustments with the time as folks are doing. So other thoughts on this adjustment? Yes, Board Member Anderson.
I just want to say that we did have some good conversation about this during policy committee meeting. I too am concerned that what we're doing here is giving permission essentially for members to only attend one quarterly meeting, which seems like we're not going to get a quorum often. If what we're saying is you can miss 3 out of the 4 meetings. As it reads here, any member who fails to attend 3 out of the 4 quarterly meetings of the committee without just cause shall be automatically removed. And so I said in the committee meeting, and I will just leave you all with this thought again, that there may be room for more investigation into the specific organizations that have regular attendance and those that don't, so that we can maybe look at making a policy that's more functional, that really does provide good oversight for the taxpayers, and get some good work done, rather than, trying to keep meeting the needs of a very, very large group.
I appreciate that. There's nuance to it. New group, Board Member Pearson.
I'm maybe not reading it correctly, but I thought what it said is that you have to attend 3 out of the 4 meetings or you're out. So if you miss 2 meetings in a row, you're automatically out. It's saying you can miss 1 out of 4. If you flip it, it would be saying that you can miss 1 out of 4 meetings. It's not saying that you can miss 3 out of 4. It's saying you have to attend 3 out of the 4 or you'll be removed from the committee. So 75% is acceptable attendance.
Correct. That is the correct way it was stated.
The intention.
You could read it in
Right.
both ways.
I mean, that's what I thought the intention of the committee was.
Yeah. Other thoughts on that? Is there an appetite to add more clarity? Because I think that actually hits on the question from the public speakers as well around, wait, you can just only attend one? Well, and actually it's the opposite. When we sat in there, it's actually, because we were talking about the 4, because I mentioned that there was more meetings than just a quarterly, and that was the issue. But now if you know that there's 4 quarterly, the main meetings, you need to be at 3 out of the 4, is essentially what this states.
And if you miss the first quarter and the second quarter, you're gone. Right. Because you would have missed, you already would have not made 3 out of the 4.
There's no way you can.
Or if you miss the first, miss the first, attend the second, miss the third, you're out.
Right. Other thoughts, discussion? Any clarification? See people reading.
I feel like I've read it like 10 times.
Vice Chair Coker.
Just to make sure.
I just, through the chair, I interpret it in the same way as Board Member Pearson, so.
And I'll read that for the public directly from the language. Members of the committee shall make every reasonable effort to attend quarterly and all quarterly and special interim meetings, which shall be based on the fiscal year commencing on July 1st of each year. Any member who fails to attend 3 out of 4 quarterly meetings of the committee without just cause shall be automatically removed from the committee, and the vacancy shall be filled as provided for in this policy.
I think it says what we meant for it to say.
Right. Board Member Jones.
Would it be easier just to say any member that misses more than one meeting?
To flip it?
Yeah,
Or,
more than one meeting.
Board Member
or
Pearson.
members must attend 3 out of 4 quarterly meetings or be removed. I mean, You-
That probably makes it clearer, because you're talking about just the quarterly meetings, not all the meetings.
Do you want, Poole? Mr. Poole, I saw some nods.
I was going to suggest any member who misses more than one quarterly meeting, and then you just follow through, as is written. So any member who misses more than one quarterly meeting of the committee without just cause shall automatically, and then I think that may clarify it and say exactly what you're trying to say.
Say that one more time. You have it?
Do we need a motion to?
You have it? Yeah, we do
Well,
need a motion to.
I'd like to
Wait,
just,
we can amend
He can amend.
this? Correct? We can amend and we need a motion.
Motion to amend.
Pearson?
I would like to ask 3 out of 4 in what time period, or whatever your amendment is. Do we need to put a time period per fiscal year, or is it 3 out of 4 meetings in a row, or?
Motion to
That-
amend, Chairman.
No, nobody's motion.
Motion to amend if we're amending.
No, we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
What do you think?
3 out of 4 quarterly meetings within a fiscal year? Or do you want to go with, you have a series of 4 meetings, and if you don't attend 3 of those, then I guess if you don't say within a certain time, how do you know what 4 meetings it is? 4 meetings of,
Right.
4 meetings in a row, 4 meetings, the 4 meetings in the fiscal year? How do you know which 4 meetings you're talking about? Oh, I
The
think,
sentence before it may help it. Vice Chair?
Through the chair, maybe something to the note of 4 meetings from the time of appointment, because all of this was predicated around when people are, so you may have somebody who's going to get appointed in the middle of the year to replace someone. I'm just wondering if using your appointment date as a point of that 4-year, the 4-meeting clock ticking. I don't know. I just know we had a lot of discussion about aligning it with when people are appointing, trying to get some consistency with that. And I guess, anyway, I wonder about doing it from the time you're appointed.
It's a 2-year appointment, so you'd have to say it.
Right, for the first year and then the second year. But you may have somebody who's going to get replaced, because here's what's going to happen, which is going to be odd, is if somebody ends up in a scenario where they don't come, then we could have an appointment that occurs in the middle of the year for 2 more years, which may not be at the starting point of a fiscal, I actually like fiscal year, but there's, yeah.
I would like to offer an amendment.
Go forth.
Okay, I don't have this written down there.
Ooh.
Okay.
Need a second to write it?
Yeah, can you give me
Yeah.
a minute to write? Anyway, it's going to be 3 out of 4 in fiscal year is what I'm going with. So if you want to work on that, Mr. Poole.
Mrs.
Mr. Poole.
And
No,
if I may,
Mrs. 3 out of 4.
Oh, I was like, he's clearly a mister. It's not that late.
Inclusivity, Miss.
What I want to go with is you must attend 3 out of 4 meetings in the fiscal year or you're out.
and if I may, through the chair, may clarify and bring up one scenario where it's possible you could bookend. So let's say you missed the last meeting, the last quarterly meeting during a fiscal year, and you missed the first quarterly meeting of the next fiscal year, but you attend all of the other ones. I just want to make sure I understand that would not be a disqualifier.
Nope, that
The mere
person's
fact that
still
you're
in.
missing 2 in a row.
But if you miss that first meeting of the fiscal year, you better be at every other one
Understood.
coming up that, no.
Okay.
Okay.
So you got a motion in a second? Second.
Was that your amendment?
Yes,
Can
that's
we-
the content of it, but it's not the wording of it.
All right.
So,
Do we need the wording?
it's the, yes.
All right, let's get the amendment figured out, and then we'll vote on this amendment.
And through the chair, I would propose, and I think that this would meet the intent of the board. Any member who misses more than one quarterly meeting during any fiscal year without just cause shall be automatically removed from the committee and so forth. So it'd be the first half of that sentence essentially that we're changing. So any member who misses more than one quarterly meeting during any fiscal year without just cause shall be automatically removed from the committee, and the vacancy shall be filled as provided for, et cetera, et cetera.
Coker has her finger.
Yes.
Through the chair, so just a hypothetical, back to the whole vacancy created in the middle of this. What happened, I like the fiscal year, it gives finite, and that certainly matches kind of, I like that. But what happens when someone moves in the middle of the year, of the fiscal year? So we appoint someone, and we're 1 meeting into the fiscal year. Does that person start the clock then, and then resets the clock at the beginning of the next fiscal year? We're just going to give some grace to that person,
We're just so happy they're filling in that we'll give
okay.
them a little grace.
As long as we recognize that there could be a scenario like that they're going to be able to have more absences than the other because they will only be there for 2 meetings or 3 meetings or whatever. Okay, we're good with that. Okay.
And through the chair, I'm going to attempt to put this, because I'm very visual, I'm assuming some people on the board are as well, to type this up in an email that I will send to staff, who can then somehow make it viewable by all the board members, so you can actually see exactly what we're talking about.
How long is that gonna take? I think we're good. I think we're, okay. Because I see it written down, but I don't even know if
Did you
yeah,
make
we
that
need
amendment?
let's do a formal,
I mean, is that the amendment you want, or is that, are you making a different one?
No, I'm good with the language that Mr. Poole used
okay,
for my amendment.
got it.
Can you read it?
Which
If you
is,
have it written
I wrote
down,
it.
thank you.
So the recommended amendment is any member who misses more than 1 quarterly meeting of the committee during any fiscal year without just cause shall be automatically removed from the committee, and the vacancy shall be filled as provided for in this policy. I will second that.
that is the amendment, seconded, posed by Board Member Pearson, second by Board Member Anderson. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'm assuming we're doing hand vote. All right, hand vote on that amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, signal by a hand raise. All those opposed? All right, that 7-0, you approved that. Now we're on to the onto the item as amended. Any other thoughts or discussion on the item as amended? All right, seeing none, hand again, are we good? Hand, okay. Seeing none, we're gonna go ahead and call for your vote on this item. Public hearing and vote revisions, chapter 9, board policy as amended. All those in favor signal by hand vote. All those opposed, all right, by your action, you have approved the item 7-0. Thank you. Wordsmithing on the fly. All right, thank you for that. Now we're moving on to board member travel that the Duval County School Board approved and confirmed the travel listed below for official business of the district, that it complies with the rules of the State Board of Education. November 28th through December 2nd, 2022, Tampa, Florida. FSBA FAD 77th Annual Joint Conference, Coker, Hershey, Jones, Joyce, Pearson, and Willie. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Anderson.
Second.
Second by Board Member Jones. Are there any board members wishing to speak to this item? Hearing, seeing none, I'll call for your vote. Your computer went to sleep.
Technical.
It is late.
It went to sleep on me.
All right, we need to do a hand vote for Board
No,
Member Jones?
no, just me.
Just you? All right. So Board Member Jones, in
Yes.
favor, yes. And by your action, you have approved this item 7-0. On to superintendent's travel, the Duval County School Board approved the following superintendent's travel: October 19th to 23rd, 2022, Orlando, Florida, the Council of Great City Schools 66th Annual Fall Conference. October 25th through 26th, 2022, Orlando, Florida, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas MSD Commission meeting. Ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Pearson, second by Board Member Jones. Any discussion? Hearing, seeing none, I'll call for your vote.
Aye.
Board Member Jones weighs in with a yea vote. By your action, you have approved this item 7-0. We're now on to for the record. We're going to start down. We're going to keep it very simple. We'll start down with Board Member Jones, work our way down. We'll skip over Vice Chair. Not up. Board Member Jones, then Board Member Joyce.
All right,
To go
thank you,
Board Member
Mr.
Anderson.
Chairman. I just want to remind everyone that we did have a football game.
Oh, man.
Saturday.
Come on now. It's late. It's late. We got to go. It's late.
What was the score? What was the score?
And it was a great football game, by the way. It's the Northwest Classic. And Reebok was driving with a minute left in the game. To take one touchdown, they win the game. They threw an interception, and there you go. Reigns won again. Thank you. Otherwise, I'd be wearing a Reebok shirt next. There's a young man named Jamarian Stokes. He's a student at Cedar Hills Elementary School. He was home alone when a serious car accident happened in front of his house. He called 911. The car flipped over. He went out and stayed with the occupants until rescue got there. They recognized the young man. He's a safety patrol. He's in 5th grade. But they recognized him at a program last month at Cedar Hills, and I just wanted to mention him because those are the kind of students that we are producing. They're caring, they're smart, they're reactive, and they support their communities. I just hope that the school is able to raise $12,000 so the safety patrol can go to Washington, D.C. this year. Plug for that. Also, there was a social media petition going around, circulating for a few weeks, saying that there is an effort to move the Northwest Classic to UNF. I want to state for the record, there's no effort by this board or this superintendent to move the Northwest Classic from the current location to University of North Florida. I think they were confused because of what happened with the Bob Hayes track meet, which we are not affiliated with. We support it, but we are not board members. And so I think, and I did talk to the lady who put the petition out this weekend, and she has removed it. But I don't know how many people have seen the petition, but I wanted to make sure they knew that there was no effort to move the game. And I also want to thank the residents of Washington Estates for opposing the zoning waiver for a liquor store on Sutel Drive. The Planning Commission approved that a few months ago. Fortunately, a resident of that neighborhood, Mr. Shabazz, filed an appeal of that decision. And last Tuesday, the Land Use and Zoning Committee of the City Council did approve his appeal, which would deny the liquor store going there. Hopefully tomorrow night, the full City Council will support the committee's recommendation, also approve the appeal, which will also deny the liquor store. The liquor store is located on Sutel, right across the street from a bus stop, and within 800 feet of S.A. Hull Elementary School. Fortunately, there is a church, Friendship Missionary Baptist Church, that was within the 500 feet radius, and that's why they had to apply for the waiver. So I think that was the community did well in working with the district in opposing that particular application. Also, I want to give a shout out to thank Vincent Foster, principal of Westside High School, and our Chief of Police, Greg Burton, for the outstanding school safety night at Westside High School last month. The attendance wasn't as good as we had hoped, but I think the panel did an excellent job of responding to the questions that were raised about keeping our students safe when they're in school. And I just want to thank that panel and for their outstanding presentation to the board, to that community. And finally, I want to thank the citizens who turned out, including Dr. Green and Vice Chair Coker, at our West Jacksonville meeting. Elementary school is being proposed to be removed, and the community was saddened to know that, but they understood. Some didn't know it was no longer elementary school, unfortunately, but they hate losing an elementary school, but they did support a community center going there, and I think the city is looking at using that site as a future community center, which the community center that they have now is now closed, along with the Senior Citizen Center. So I just want to thank those citizens for taking the time. I think we had a little over 30 residents there that night. And finally, congratulations to Principal of the Year finalists, Katie Atkins, and Assistant Principal of the Year, Robin Cooper of Rutledge Pearson. All the best to them in their competition, and we have some great educators and principals, and I'm sure that they would do as well in the competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Board Member Joyce.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of the last thing that he said. I believe there are 5 finalists
You got 4.
for Principal of the Year, and I am happy to say that 4 of them are straight out of District 6. So I want to congratulate Miss Lee from Chimney Lakes Elementary, Miss Brannon from John Stockton Elementary, Miss Batiste from Ed White Elementary, and I probably have told y'all this before, but I'm going to say it again. Fun fact, Miss Batiste and I went to Stowell together, and we're both on the cheerleading squad, so go Patriots. And then Miss Roper, who was actually the principal at Joseph Stowell Military Academy of Leadership. So I have 4 in the running. I have a pretty good chance of the Principal of the Year coming out of District 6. I'm super excited about that. But they are all great principals. And then Board Chair Willie, told the audience at the beginning of the meeting about the ribbon cutting at Riverside High School. We got the AstroTurf field. A lot of conversation, a lot of begging and pleading from the community for this. Every single sport at that school participates or utilizes that field, and it was just very needed. So I'm very appreciative to the district for that and getting that done. I want to commend Dr. Green, Chief Burton, and all of the faculty and staff at Ruth Upson. That was tremendous. You guys did a fabulous job. You kept our kids safe. I don't believe that we had ever had, I know not in my district, anything like that to happen. You were prepared. Everybody did what they were supposed to do, and at the end of the day, our children are safe. And so thank you so much for the due diligence and for just preparing. I know you work hard at that. And so I just want to thank you for that. It was a terrible incident. And then lastly, I want to just remind my community, and I think part of this is board member Jones's community on, I believe it is the 24th of October, we are going to have an ACE community meeting. And what we are going to discuss is the boundary lines and the boundary changes for the new Chaffee Trail Elementary. And so the schools and the children that are going to be affected are obviously the children that are zoned for Baldwin Middle School, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade for Baldwin. Students who currently attend Charger Academy, which was previously Jeff Davis. That school will turn into an elementary school. Half of that school zoning will go to Chaffee Trail Elementary, and the other half will go to Westside Middle School. And then there are obviously some elementary schools, Chaffee Trail, West, maybe Enterprise, West White House Elementary. Those 4th and 5th grade families they think that they know where their kids might be going for elementary school. That could change. And so I'm just inviting the community to make sure that you have it on your calendar, October the 24th at Charger Academy, again, previously known as Jeff Davis. So if you want to learn about the boundary changes and you want to take part in that conversation, please make sure that you put that on your calendar, and I'll join you on that night. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Board Member Anderson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do want to start by reminding everyone that October is many things, but it is also Bullying Prevention Awareness Month. Thank you so much for these beautiful little Unity Day pins. I love these little roses. As a reminder, wear orange on October 19th it's a day of Unity Day, but it's also for bullying prevention awareness. I want to say congratulations to Fletcher High School, who was the Community First School of the Month for September for their Purple Pride. They chose based on their pride, and the little write-up was so amazing. I was going to read it, but I won't because it's late. But the pride out at the beaches for Fletcher High School from generation to generation is just magical, and I know that community loves their high school. Speaking of Fletcher, I do want to acknowledge the National Merit Scholars that were named from Fletcher High School: Zachary Andrews, Patrick Bird, Matthew Mars, and Grant Tucker. Congratulations to them. This is one of the reasons why folks are so proud of their school. They are outstanding academically and with their athletics, and they are just the heartbeat of that community, and so I'm really grateful. I appreciate the chairman and the superintendent for highlighting some of the work that our public schools are doing. I think sometimes we forget that there's so much that goes into public education, but it's great to see Duval Ready coming to life. I do want folks to know that even though we talk about it so often in terms of workforce readiness, that it really is our intention, I think, when we created this strategic plan goal, and I hope that as the board continues to see the strategic plan through, that it is not just a soft skill for career readiness, but we're really talking about essential skills for life, because we know that our students, no matter where they go, career, college, military, that we want them to be prepared for life, and that these are the skill sets that will help them do that. I'm also really, really excited to hear that Chance Light is going well. And I hope that I can get out to see it before my time with the board is done, because I think that there's a lot of room to grow and make sure that we're really meeting the needs of these students with disabilities. So I'm excited. Thank you for sharing that. Sometimes these are things that we don't often talk about in our meetings, and I think that it was nice. And then lastly, I am reading a fantastic book. I would highly recommend it. It's called High Conflict. Journalist Amanda Ripley wrote it. And it is just good. And so I'll read a small statement from the book as my words of wisdom for October. She says, high conflict can be useful. It feels good. It gives life meaning. But these days, high conflict has reached the upper limits of its usefulness again and again. The problems we face as a civilization seem to be made worse, not better, by high conflict. Us versus them, she goes on to say, us versus them thinking tends to destroy itself from the inside with or without violence. High conflict is intolerant of difference. A culture that sorts the world into good and evil is, by definition, small and confining. It prevents people from working together in large numbers to grapple with hard problems. And so I just want to say, as always, I'm grateful for this board, for the community that comes out and shares the broad range of differing opinions, that we are willing to lean in to tackling hard problems, even when they're hard. And I have no doubt that they will continue to come your way. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Have fun at your fall festivals.
Board Member Pearson?
I'm not aware of any fall festivals, but I'll be looking out for them.
We have-
I am going to take a break from bragging on District 3 this month to talk about some other things. The first is to say thank you to Mr. Soares and Mr. Page and Principal Brown and her staff and the communications and facility staff, Councilman Carrico and Recreation and Parks Department Director Joseph, who all came out to attend a meeting with the Southside Estates Community Association. I think it was last week. I think it was last Monday. To discuss the designs for the new school at Southside Estates Elementary and also potential plans for the park replacement. That was an extra meeting. I understand that, and I felt like it was important to do, but I know that it was an extra evening meeting for everyone involved. I really, really appreciate you all coming out and preparing so many poster boards for it to give the community an opportunity to see and interact with the designs. I feel that we had a really positive outcome from that meeting, and I think we're in a much better place going forward than we would have been had we not had that meeting. So I appreciate the trust and y'all coming out when I asked for a meeting, and appreciate you engaging and interacting with the community there. I did attend an FSBA Board of Directors meeting and legislative workshop on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this past week, and I have 3 takeaways. When we vote to send board members away on travel, although this actually only cost the district a tank of gas because FSBA picked up the room and fed me while I was there. But anyway, for the tank of gas that I used to get there and back, I wanted to deliver some takeaways from that meeting. The first is that I am thankful. I think we can all just take a minute in Northeast Florida and be thankful to be in our homes, that our children are in their schools, and that we have vehicles to drive. Because we heard a report from a board member from Lee County who Zoomed in, and then one from Charlotte County who was in person, who reported about the devastation in the 3 counties down in Southwest Florida. And I know also Sarasota and Volusia are experiencing issues as well from Ian. But the road to recovery is going to be long and expensive in those counties. What the board member from Lee County shared is that how she's very touched that so many people have reached out and offered help. She does not even know how to begin to say what kind of help is needed, but asked if we would all just stay on hold, and when she knows what help is needed, to be ready to help. And so what I would say is I would love to, and I would feel free to contact me about this. I would love to see a student-to-student effort, kind of what's on my heart, because I have a high school senior this year who experienced the shutdown as a freshman through COVID. My heart is really for these high school seniors who just got back on track and were expecting a normal senior year full of homecoming and football and sports and arts and being in class. Some maybe needed another ACT or SAT before applications, just all that goes into the senior year, and to have that be disrupted and potentially lose your home, and as she said it, anything in your house that's waist down, because so many homes were waist high in water. So I would love to see our student governments or clubs do some kind of student-to-student outreach specifically directed at the seniors in Lee, Charlotte, DeSoto County, and to see if we can build that leadership and compassion and empathy and generosity within our students, Florida student to Florida student. That was one takeaway. The second is to say thank you to Ms. Young, Ms. Schultz, Mr. Colbert, Ms. Renfro, and Ms. Begley for working with me to put together legislative items that were the Duval ideas that I would pitch to go onto the FSBA state platform. And I'm so excited to report that many of our Duval initiated items are going to appear on the state platform. One HR item had 5 bullet points, and the group voted to take 4 of those and lift them word for word from our submission onto the state platform. And some of them were ideas that we presented last year, and I got no traction. And we presented them again, and it was just what people needed. So I think that speaks very well to the great ideas that we have in our district and the leadership that we have from our team. And in the absence of a government relations person, we needed to work together on it, and I know that it was an extra duty for the staff. And so I really appreciate y'all working with me to get some really, really solid submissions, and some that didn't go, I think will be ready to go next year. So we'll maybe not have as much work to do next year. The third and last thing for me is that as we spoke as a board of directors and then as a legislative and advocacy committee, mental health was still very high on our list. And then with Hurricane Ian, there's a new incident with new mental health concerns. And I just had kind of 2 takeaways. We talk a lot about parent involvement, parent rights. I am a parent of 2 high school students and a college student. And so I'm thinking from a parent perspective as well as from a board member perspective. One of the things that I'm seeing with my, because I have a freshman at a state university, I'm reading the parent Facebook groups. And I am seeing a lot, and I'm telling you, a lot of parent posts who are saying, my student has not met anyone, my student is miserable, my student doesn't know how to connect, my student has not found his or her people on campus yet. Thankfully, my son went with his pod that developed during COVID. His whole pod went to this university together, and they've been hanging. Thankfully, that's not his experience, but it is his roommate and his suite mate's experience. And I've been talking with those parents as well. So what I would say is that I'm seeing a group of students at this state university who are very bright enough to get into a university that's difficult to get into, but also struggling socially and emotionally to connect and to manage life on their own. So I would say that as we consider our mental health efforts, that we would want to help our students move on from identifying their struggles and not just kind of sit with labels on them, but to developing skills that will help them succeed in adult life once they leave us, once they leave our schools, they leave our homes. We want them to be successful. And the second part touches on somewhat of the quote from your book, is that we talked a lot about the atmosphere in our culture, and it comes into some of our board meetings, where you're either with me 100% or you're my enemy. And while it's not stated explicitly, that certainly comes through. I don't think it's healthy or productive to have that kind of thinking. And as adults, we can lead the way with that. When we speak about the other side, or speak about any side at all, and just acknowledge that we have differences in ideology and opinion, but look for common ground areas and issues where we can build momentum and move forward. And so I am hopeful that as adults, we will take the lead in that, whether if you're a school leader, a teacher, a parent, or any community member who has influence with the younger generation, that you would really be doing some soul searching about how you may be contributing to that mindset, and then ways that you can help us move forward to make progress in our city.
Thank you, Board Member Pearson. Board Member Hirsch.
Thank you. I would like to piggyback on something that Board Member Joyce said. Even though Ruth Upson is not in my district, it is part of Duval County. And I just want to applaud Chief Burton and Dr. Green and everyone on staff at Ruth Upson for the response last week. I was so proud of our district. School safety and security is important. We say that over and over again. We talk about, and we've voted on reunification plans and safety plans. And to see that tested and to see that it works just made me very proud. So I just wanted to say thank you to Chief Burton for the work that you are doing with your team, and Dr. Green for the training that you are doing with our principals and school leaders to ensure that our students are safe. That is something we should all be very proud of. In September, I had a farm share event at Mandarin Oaks Elementary, and over 300 families received food. This Saturday at Twin Lakes Elementary, we are going to be doing it again. Even though it starts at 9 o'clock, get there early, because last month people were there at 6:45 in the morning, and we started at about 8 o'clock or 8:15 giving food away, and I think by about 10 o'clock we were out of food. So just would like people to know that it is going to be Saturday at Twin Lakes Elementary. The start time that you will see is 9 o'clock, but I encourage you to get there before 9 o'clock if you want to be there before food runs out. This is a great outreach for our community, and again, in District 7, many people don't think there is a need, but to see people lined up at 6:45 in the morning in Mandarin was quite moving. And to see that response, and of course, just thank you to the volunteers who showed up, and thank you, Principal Butterfield, for sponsoring and hosting that event for us. I did have a chat with the superintendent last week. Dr. Green loves to do that with me, and she's trying to see how many she can do before I get off the board, I think. But anyway, I appreciate her being there. We were at Greenland Pines. Principal Hinckley and her staff and team were wonderful. We had a good group of people. It was neat to see people from across District 7. It was a good conversation, and actually one of my favorite more recent chats with the superintendent. I thought it went really well, and I appreciate Dr. Green's willingness to stay up late and to be in the community and to connect with people. I think that people really do appreciate Dr. Green's willingness to be accessible where she goes to them versus them always having to come to the school district. And one final thing, I have to give a shout out to Principal Bravo and the principals at Loretto Elementary, Greenland Pines Elementary, and Loretto, Greenland Pines, and Mandarin Oaks Elementary, who got together and have focused on building community in Mandarin and celebrating our neighborhood schools. Principal Bravo has put together a traveling pep rally team, and it consists of football players and cheerleaders, and they went out to Greenland Pines and Loretto Elementary and Mandarin Oaks, and students got to, from Mandarin High, got to see their former elementary teachers. Principal Bravo was out there. She was able to meet her future students, is the hope. And it was quite an exciting event, well received throughout the community. I'm certain they're going to be doing more of it, and I just appreciate the sense of community that the principals, leaders in Mandarin are doing to build upon their theme, We Are Mandarin.
Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. Vice Chair Coker?
So I'll keep mine quick because we're fast approaching past my bedtime. That being said, couple of items. First off, I want to congratulate Ms. Thomas for being one of the assistant principals of the year, and she works at Don Brewer in my district, which is a great little school, so congratulations to her. I want to make sure we thank Paul Suarez and the entire operations team. I am always amazed after we have some type of weather event, how quickly you all get us up and running again. Grasp, one of the schools in my area, had a tree that fell through a classroom, and it's amazing how quickly everything adjusted and whatnot. And so just, Mr. Suarez, to you and your team, thank you for always getting us back online so efficiently and so effectively. I also had some constituents who contacted me, and y'all quickly handled some items with trees down and blocking areas and whatnot, so thank you. I want to congratulate PACE Center for Girls. I am thrilled. Some of us are fortunate enough to have special programs in our district. PACE is actually in District 1. PACE is tomorrow actually hosting an event to announce the Players Championship Village has awarded PACE Center for Girls a $2 million grant to provide girls and their families with substance abuse prevention and intervention services. Tomorrow they're having an unveiling of a mural to celebrate this relationship. And I am just excited and thrilled. Ms. Miles, who's the new executive director, well, I guess she's been there almost a year now, just is doing incredible work over there. And if you haven't been to PACE and haven't visited PACE or aren't familiar with PACE, please make sure you get yourself familiar because they're doing great work. And thank you to the players for always supporting the children in Jacksonville. That being said, my final, I want to thank the board chair for his leadership with kick cancer and particularly breast cancer awareness. Several of us in this room have been impacted, and we appreciate you recognizing that issue. Thank you.
Man, yeah, doing like that. Got me. Yeah, I mean, it's near and dear. I've talked about that before. I just appreciate the participation and folks, I mean, leaning in however you can. So I just appreciate that. And, I just am so impressed by the folks who fight every day. And so I thank you. Want to thank Andrew Jackson High School. I mean, the video, it just doesn't even do justice to what's going on over there. And that's just a testament. That's one high school of many that are doing just phenomenal work. So congratulations there. Shout out to Lori Hoppick and Ms. Renfro here. There was an arts panel on Friday, as well as I think Dr. Green went to a community arts piece that, I mean, CAP and JU and all the different arts programs. I'm always blown away by all the different arts pieces that we have in Duval County beyond the schools that we all know about. There's just so much going on. So just thank you for the efforts and work there. Dr. Mosley at Maddie V is AP finalist of the year. Phenomenal, just person and individual and well-deserving of that. Also, just to let this group know, we've been doing spotlights at our workshops. The library has confirmed recently that they're going to be at our next one, and there's a lot of great projects going on. And that just is a segue to this board. We're talking about building new buildings and doing all these amazing things, and it's because of the work that we've been put here to do. So it's just great to hear these conversations happening. Things are moving, and the library will come talk about some updates amongst all the other updates that are happening. And last, before I get off, I want to just thank the staff. I know Monica, Connie, and Gail. As a chair, I know I see them all the time because I'm in the office a lot, and they're always working on our behalf. So I just want to thank you for the work that you all do, staying here till 10:30, hanging out with us, and then doing all you do. So thank you to the staff, and I just appreciate you all. So one last thing, if folks are wearing pink or tennis shoes, if we could get a quick picture at the end. I know it's late, but that would be wonderful to commemorate this, if we could do that. And other than that, I will ask for a motion. Moved by board member everybody. Moved by board member Coker and second by vice board member Anderson. All those in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, meeting adjourned.
That's your thing. Yeah. I got my 5K.
Down at the bottom for a picture if you have. Communications department. They put it together and kick it. Okay.
Tracy.